Hey there, Stream 174, and look, here's Nui. How's it going, Nui? So, I'm actually pretty happy about progress I'm making this week. So, yesterday I worked on gathering game statistics, and after the stream I went a little bit further and added code to accumulate those statistics. And today I hope to, if not finish up, at least get pretty far into hourly reports and daily reports of these statistics. So let me show you, for example, what the game is now able to record. Go to any of these servers, go to the snapshot. So I am now tracking how much time is being played by the game. Actually, there's both a total time and there's also a delta time. My idea is that whenever I generate an hourly report, I'll zero out the delta time, but the total time will increase forever. It'll tell me how long the game has been running for. I could actually take that number and divide that by the total number of time that's actually elapsed since when I start the game and get a percentage uptime, which is pretty cool. So in addition, I'm also tracking for every server how many logins have happened since the last report and how much time the server has actually been up. And then both peak and scaled averages of different statistics, like how much time is spent in the worker threads and in message processing, and then also have the scaled average of the number of players that have been logged in. So scaled average is the average multiplied by the amount of time, and that's just more convenient because I can accumulate delta time, delta player, the number of players times the delta time, and just add that in here, and then at the end divide by the delta time, and I get the average number of players logged in during the entire period. Hey Clayman, how's it going? So what I'm going to try to do today is try to distill this information down to a report that I want to generate once per hour that goes into an email that I get once per day. Hey there, Incognition. And there's going to be a few more statistics in this. So I had on the list of things I wanted. I want the ending journal index every hour. I want the number of accounts registered and how many the change in that hour. And this all I already have. So we're gonna add a few things, and then I want to make a daily report that contains any of these kinds of events. So if the cluster leadership changes, or a new account is created or account is deleted, if someone gets banned or unbanned, if a server actually has to restart, so if there's a crash or a upgrade to the version or whatever, if there's any admin login, so just in case my key gets out, I can see that, and any IP bans that happen. This might be a little bit tricky because the IP bans are done by another subsystem that has no feedback path yet, so I might have to add that. And then, like I was saying before, this hourly wrap-up that has all this information. So there'll be 24 of these in a day. So yeah, that's what I'm going to work on today. So again, the goal is to finish up all the metrics and tools I want to have in the platform this week, because starting Monday, I'm going to try to push this online. So if you haven't seen it before, this is kind of what the client looks like, and there is a mock-up with the prototype command links to show a concept of what we'll have. And this view is what an administrator sees. A normal user is going to see fewer panels. And yeah, I forgot to do this before the stream. Log in as a normal user here. So it's the same view of the game world, same chat. The panels will be different. So an administrator sees like all of the users and mail blacklist and all of the tickets in the game, and some extra panels like versions of the game and the cluster status and some controls here. And there's extra emergency controls here. Normal user just sees their own profile information, the tickets relating just to them, and then overall like status which right now is just going to have the log out and delete my account buttons. So starting next week, I'll try to get this online so people can log into it, and then I'll probably start trying to put the beginnings of some kind of game system in place. Probably start with defining setting up an entity component system, and have players be entities in the game, and then I want to get the game world displayed pretty soon. So what I'll probably do is the first thing you'll be able to do in the game is see around you, and I'll be in the game able to paint the world. So create tiles we'll create a zone with places and tiles in it, and then after that I will want to have input component for every player so they can instruct their avatar to move around in the game world. So I don't know how far I'll get. That's sort of the short-term goal for the next week or 2 weeks. What happens if you click the delete my account button? There is a confirmation. And so this was inspired by World of Warcraft. So if you ever trash or just try to destroy an epic item in World of Warcraft, it'll always show you something like this, where it's like, you really want to do this? You have to type delete in the box and then hit confirm. Until you do that, it doesn't even ungray. When you put delete in there, though, don't press that button. So I actually probably should do the same thing for some of my admin controls. Like if I accidentally click that button, that server will shut down. If I accidentally click that button, all emails that are in the queue will get deleted. So might put the same kind of guard that I have on delete my account on some of those other buttons. Hey there, Pollux. And hello, Magsterku. I hope I'm saying your name right. Magster. All right. So, yeah, so today it's all about back-end stuff. And okay, I updated the stream title. I left React Redux in there because I can still talk about that, but I probably won't work much on it today. It's going to be mostly the C++ end. So I'm collecting these metrics right now, and I want to generate reports out of them, mostly to see how many people are playing the game, which is embedded in this number, how the performance of the game's code, which is embedded in these metrics. So there's peak, and then there's scaled average, and then the new accounts generated, which is not shown here, but it's collected elsewhere. Oh, delta accounts. That's right. Delta accounts captures another number of new accounts created. And I just want to have that information from day one so I can, track it and look for trends and see the progress. Because the bottom line is, if I am successful in getting people interested in this concept of a game being evolved on a Twitch stream, and the number of counts in the game and the player activity and the engagement in the game goes up, then I can continue working on it and start to think about how to monetize it. If not, if the trends show that it flattens out or it never really grows very far, then I gotta get a hint that I either need to get another job to support myself or come up with some other strategy, because it's sort of in the long run, a make or break thing. Either the game has to be successful, or I have to go either get another job or figure out how to survive on no income. All right, so objective number 1 today is to come up with these hourly wrap-ups. And these will be, I already made a place for where these will be sort of announced, and that is through this stats roundup command. And all I really need to put in that command is the total amount of time that report covers, because the idea is the only thing we're going to do for this roundup is write it out to the statistics file. And at the end of every day, we'll generate an email based off of this file. Is that an Audio Technica? Let's see what I have. Oh, thank you, Nui. It says, yeah, it's an AT2005 USB. I picked it because when the kids are around, I'm not in an office area. I'm in like almost like the main hallway of the house. It gets really noisy, and so this mic why I actually have to kind of talk close to it is it's a dynamic mic, and the drop off level drop off is very steep. So you won't hear my keyboard clicks, you won't hear noises in the house, but I do have to stay close to the mic. Yes, you guessed it. You can see enough of it to kind of tell, maybe a hint if you've seen Audio-Technica mics before, which one it is. Okay. Yeah, so the idea is that I'm going to have a worker thread that's writing to the statistics file. It has to know when to do this hourly wrap up. So what I'll probably have it do is watch in the snapshot the amount of time that's elapsed. Oh, I forgot to pin that. Let me find it again. This delta time, and when it gets to 1 hour or whatever interval I have set, it will it will check to make sure that we haven't done the roundup yet, which should be indicated by that this command isn't in the log. And if it hasn't, we will queue that and then write to the statistics file. The reason why I queue this command is sort of a marker saying that yes, we've already rounded up the stats for that hour. And when this gets executed, then all these get zeroed out. All the deltas get put back to 0. You can read it as it is written. Oh, the way your name is pronounced? Magister Ku. Where was it written? Oh, I think we're talking about the name. All right. Let me think about what I need to do first. Yeah, I think what I need to do is introduce an interval that the worker thread compares with this delta time. So that will be, let's do that first. What will it do? What did I say it will do when it gets to that? It will, it'll append this roundup command, and that'll also be the place where I'll do this, writing the hourly wrap up to the statistics file. Okay, so that means I'll want to have a test for that, which sets up these stats to collect an interval of time and then look for that roundup command to be queued. Okay, so I'm looking for coordinator tests. I think I'll put it under... did I put it under messaging the last few ones, the stats? I really think it should go under another subsystem, like metrics or something. I'll leave it under messaging for now, but maybe make a note to myself to consider moving the metrics related tests and features to a new metrics subsystem of the coordinator. Consider doing that later. New test. So this will be stats roundup queued or appended. Appended on schedule. Okay, let's copy this. It's going to be a bit different though. The cert is it's going to look like that, only it's going to look for a stats roundup. And that's the type of the command. And then the only thing in the command is total time, and I'll expect a certain number depending on what the interval is. Let's call it roundup interval. And it can be any number I want, so I'll reflect what I'm probably going to pick, which is an hour. The ID of the server doesn't matter, and there is no peer connection. So the act will be that we accumulate the time up to that interval in reports. So I need to simulate that. Okay. I'm looking for code that I can copy paste that creates commands. So that would be a make shared. Maybe not in this one, but one of these other tests. Here we go, one of these. I can just copy this. So what we'll do is we'll make a stats update, which stats update command is what I worked on, I think yesterday or the day before, where we report some statistics about the game, and one of the statistics we can report is the amount of time that's elapsed in the game. And if we say that if the leader and the server IDs are the same, then that counts towards the total game time. So that's what I want to do here. I want to say that like this amount of time has elapsed. So that would be duration equals that. And actually, I think I will have an ID number here because I want to use that same ID. Yeah. And what else do I need to fill out? I don't remember if I actually used that report time. But, oh yeah, actually I think I do. Yeah, I put that in here somewhere. Right, so there's a... Oh wait. The executor does this. Technically I don't actually have to go through the routine of forming that command. I can just do this directly. Yeah, that'll be easier. Let me do that. That'll just be this. Go to the metrics of the game and simply add game time. I do need to get a server number though. But I can say yes, it is the leader, which is this second field. And then I can say the amount of time, which is, let's just say directly, it's the roundup interval. And then these numbers don't matter, so I will just make that a 0, and I'll make this a, this is a JSON object, right? But it can be empty. No stats. So that will simulate that this interval has elapsed, and then it should cause this command to be appended with covering, why did I have 1337? Just say, it should be the same interval, right? Let's see, let me think about that. Yeah, so it should use the interval directly from the game time. So there's my test. I'm doing test-driven development. If you haven't seen this before, I have a quick, not a quick. If you consider 30 minutes quick, it's quick. But it's a video showing how I set this kind of stuff up in VS Code. I'm using Google Test, so I kind of talk about that and just what unit testing is, test-driven development. Basically, I write a test function that explains in code what we want this feature to do and checks to make sure it's done correctly. And then we add that to a bunch of tests in a group, and then we can run them at any time and see if our code is passing expectations, meeting the requirements and all that. So we write the test first, so we expect the test to fail initially because we haven't put the feature in the code yet. And then I can look at this log here. The tools are pretty cool. They show me that the test fails. I can click on show log and I can see what expectation failed, and that's this one. This is expecting that a journal entry gets added to the game's log. And if there was one, we would make sure that it's a stats roundup command. But it never passed that one because assert is a hard, do or die check. Whereas expect would be, it can still continue on in the test, but it would mark it as a failed test. This is it fails and stops because there was no stats roundup command added. And that's what we needed to do. So I need to go into the code and make that happen. So I have the component that's doing this is the coordinator, and it has a worker thread which I'm going to employ for this. It'll just basically check every once in a while to see if that much time has been collected in the statistics, and if so, it will queue that command, that roundup command, to be done. So here's the worker thread. It does a bunch of things, and one of the things it does is I have something called process stats, and that's already doing a bunch of checks to see if the update interval has elapsed. So I think I'm going to add to this the roundup interval. Although I wonder if I should break this up into two functions. Yeah, let's do that. So let's call this one something more specific. Let's call that one process base metrics, because it's going to report the metrics and use it to queue in a stats update. So we'll rename that, and then where it's called, let's call another one just after that, called process metrics roundup. Why not? And it's going to be similar. This is another interval, but it's not a measurement interval. It's a statistics reporting interval. Roundup reporting interval. Generate a report. It's a different kind of statistics. This is a report of accumulated. Generate a report of accumulated statistics to be written to the, what are we calling it? There's like a name I gave it. A statistics file? Really, it's more than a statistics file. It's sort of a daily report. Written to the daily report sent to the game's administrator. Could be plural, why not? Okay. All right. Actually, I'm going to copy paste the body too and change a few things. So we're also actually, instead of using the timekeeper, I'm going to be looking at the metrics directly, but we do need a round up interval, because that's what the test assumes, round up interval. And this variable, instead of using this variable, which is not persistence, it's ephemeral, I'm going to look directly at the metrics. So how do I do that? I don't think I have a method to do it, so I'll have to add this const auto time, whatever I had in the snapshot. Delta time, so something like, yeah, so it's called delta time. So we'll ask the metrics. Where did I put the metrics? I think I put it in the main. Yeah, I put it in the main implementation structure. Ask the metrics to get me the delta time. So that method doesn't exist yet, we'll have to add it. If the delta time is, okay, this level, if I don't need any more actually. It's delta time replaces duration. Roundup replaces update interval, and this gets outdented one level. And then I don't need to do these things. Okay, so if we've collected enough time to be at the roundup interval, I think I'm just going to be right. Only if we're the leader do we do this, so maybe I should preface this whole thing saying if we're the leader of the cluster. That makes sense, right? Actually, if we're not the leader is, how do we get the leader? This variable here. If we're not the leader, then we're just going to return. Then I don't need to worry about, yeah, the followers in the cluster don't need to do anything. This I don't need. We're just going to append a command, aren't we? That's all I'm going to do for now. So all this goes away. It's going to be a stats roundup. Only has one field. And that is total time. That we can, actually I'm going to have to get it from the metrics as well. Get total time. And then append it. I can't build this yet because these functions don't exist. So let me add those. I'm going to add them again with test-driven development, which is the metrics itself has unit tests, and we'll have one for delta time, one for total time. So get a delta time something, and get total time. All right, so I need to have something that accumulates time. That's like something like this. Yeah, we'll do it this way. I had other tests do this check where time accumulated not by the leader shouldn't be counted. So even though we had 60 seconds of game time from server 42, since it's not the leader, that won't be counted. But then time from the leader is counted. So I'll expect 45.0 for the delta time. And then for total time, we'll do something a little bit different, I think. We'll set it up the same way. But delta time is reset when we tell it to do a roundup. So what I'll do is after doing it once, I'll say metrics roundup. I don't care what it gives me back. But then I'll add a little bit more game time from the leader server. Actually, I might as well move the follower server after the roundup. And I can make this number whatever I want because it doesn't show up anywhere. And this is irrelevant. Actually, all of this stuff is irrelevant. The metrics, I might as well just delete them. And here and here. So I expect, again, only 45 seconds for the... did I do this? I did it backwards. Actually, let's test them both together. So get total and delta time, because the total time will be that plus that, right? Let's make it simple. For myself, 100. So it'll be 45 delta time, but 145 total time. I did that right. Leader, 100, leader, 45, yeah. All right, so the tests are set up now to define these functions. Metrics, HTTP need to define the function. All right. Double. Actually, I'm not going to put it at the end. Let's put it here somewhere. Let's put it at the top. Delta. Return the total time in seconds that has elapsed in the game. You just slow down with my typing. Making too many errors. All right. And then delta. That has elapsed in the game. So it's not longer a total. This is the time in seconds that has elapsed in the game since the last metrics roundup report was generated. Okay. And then there are definitions. Right here. And here. We'll need to get a lock on both of them. And I think I just have them as variables, so I can just return them. Yeah, total time and delta time. Sweet. Okay. All right. I should be able to pass these tests right away. Or this test that I added. Sweet. And then the one in messaging. That should pass now. Cool. So we'll append it. But we don't want to keep reappending it. So let me make another test case where it's already in the queue. And we should expect that it not get added. So we'll add the time and then pretend that we actually have already appended it. So let me copy this bit. Basically, let's pretend that it was already done. So stats roundup has already been appended. Up into that interval, right? And so we publish it. So what we'll expect when we let the worker thread run is that it won't move. And I can make that a soft expectation and drop the rest. And this will fail because it's not really currently looking to see if it's already been done. I need to give this another name. How about not appended if already accounted for? So this should fail because it'll be 3 instead of 2. It's basically repeating the same entry. So that's need to go back here, and before we do this, I need to see if that command has not already been appended. So how did I do that in other places? I forget. But I can look it up in the header file. It'd be under raft, right? Is command applied, that's what it is. Find an example of it that we can copy. Yeah, so let's just copy this. So we basically employ the visitor pattern, and we ask the raft subsystem, has there been a command applied that causes this test function to return true? If so, then return true. So let's put that here as an AND. All right. Okay, so I need to capture delta time? No. I want to capture the total time. Yes, so I actually want to cache that first. Const auto total time. And we will grab the roundup interval on the total time, right? As things we capture for our lambda function here. Make it a little bit easier to read. So given the stats roundup interval and the total time, can we find a command whose type is stats roundup? Where is that? Stats roundup. Whose total time is, I would say, greater than or equal to actually, you know what I should do is, if we're thinking about appending one for that, Let me think about this. If we've already appended it and then we come back, there might have been a little bit more time accumulated. So I can't just do an equals equals and greater than or equals is not correct. I think if that plus the roundup interval is greater than the total time. See if I got that right. And then I guess I'm using 1 for the index, so we're searching the entire log. I need to make sure that that doesn't break though, because if we don't, yeah, we might not have index 1 anymore. It should actually start at the first one we have. But is this logic correct? Let me think this through. So we might find old stats roundup commands, right? But those plus the roundup interval should be less than or equal to the total time that we had captured here, if they're old. I think this is correct. And let me double check this. The visitor one. Oh, this just calls a visitor. Oh, this will index a command we might not have. How do we skip to the first one we know we have? Actually, I can just look at what's currently the last committed index, right? How do I determine that? Do I have that cached somewhere? I guess not. Hey there, 85 filter. Going okay. Just trying to figure out how to code this logic. We're going to append a command to the game if it's time to do so and one hasn't been applied already. And that's the tricky part here, is asking to search for commands that may have been applied starting from a certain point. And that's the point I'm not sure about. I did have 1 there, but 1 won't work, because it'll try to go to journal entries we might not have anymore. Plus, it'll loop for a considerable amount of time I don't need. What I want to check here is we're told by Raft when things are committed. So, yeah, on journal commit. Do I do anything with that index? I don't. Why don't I do something with that index? Wait, why don't we just store it? So, last entry committed is index, and I'll just put that in our volatile memory here. That's a size t, and so we'll initialize it to 0. Zero is a dangerous number. We'll check that, actually. Well, no, let's... I'll be adding 1 to that. That's how I'll fix that problem. Your net is kind of crappy at the moment. Uh-oh. And do I have quality options or not right now? Let me check. I do have quality options. No, I don't. Yeah, so I'm sorry about that. If I had quality options, you could reduce the bit rate of my stream. It'd be easier on you. But unfortunately, I didn't get that today. Sorry about that. So let's see. This is the index of the last journal entry that we know has been committed by the game cluster, by the cluster. Okay, and then I can use that back over here. I can say that plus 1. So we're searching through commands that haven't been committed yet, and we see is any one of them a stats roundup, which is new, and that's the new check. So let's see if I got it right. This makes me want to add another test just to make sure. Let's see if this works. Okay, it works, but let me add another one. I want to add one where the stats is an old message. So we'll make, that's the correct interval. We'll add, you know what I'll do is I'll add twice the interval in time. And then I'll pretend that we have one where it's just one interval, and then we should see that there are two. And the second one should be the a new stats roundup. Let's name this one something different. Stats roundup if not appended. Oh, appended if last roundup is old. And then I need to put a plus 1 there, and then the total time here should be that times 2. Hey there, develop it. Yes, for me it is a late morning, but good morning, afternoon, evening, night to you as well. What's the deal here? Oh, do I already have a command? Yeah, I already have a command. So let's call it stats roundup, or last, or new command. Actually, I can just reuse the variable, right? I can just say command equals. There we go. Hey there, Endless Soccer. How's it going? And Justa, how's it going with you too? I'm just adding a couple more unit tests to make sure I got this right. Uh-oh, it crashed. So I didn't get it right. Okay. Let's debug it and find out. Oh, that's new. Debug. Find where the crash is. It didn't crash. There's the crash. Crash is here. Where is that? Oh, because that's a soft expect and not an assert. So it failed, and then it crashed because it went past the end of a vector afterwards. Okay, so I need to fix this. Let me run this up to the point where we get to here. Debug. Okay. 7200 is greater than or equal to that, and the delta time's too high. Okay, this is unrelated, but I want to simulate it correctly. Yeah, we're going to add that much game, I do this in 2 steps, that's what I do. I add game time. I add more game time afterwards, but in the middle I do a roundup. There we go. A lot of streamers are making unit tests. You're always like, you should make them, but eventually you'll never make it. Oh, you mean you don't make them? Well, it's a habit you got to get into, and it's a hard habit to stick to. 13.5 hours of work? My goodness. So you, had a very long day, it sounds like. Endless Soccer. Okay, okay, that's correct now. Delta time is 3600, and then total time 7200. That's correct. So here's where I want to put a breakpoint here to see if this logic is wrong. Why did it go to there again? It's never going there. Interesting. Okay, there's a bug. I wonder if it's because it's not in the journal? Okay, let's try again. Debug. Oh, you could actually write unit tests after, but it's not test-driven development at that point. The reason why you do one after, I suppose, is if you're not meeting test coverage metrics or something like that. Like you might be in a team where they say, we measure code coverage, we need to get 80% code coverage, and you're at 75. So you might then write another unit test even after you wrote the code, just to hit the code coverage metric. So that might be one that I would call that fair, because those code coverage metrics are there as a double check to make sure you did enough testing. And if you don't make the metric, it's like, okay, let's go back and write some more tests. 6 hours of driving? Is that included in the 13.5 hours, or is that a total of 19.5 hours of working plus driving? That's a lot. It's easier to do it while writing the code. It's really appealing to skip unit tests when you think you're done and everything works. Yeah, it's our natural tendencies are to think that we just do the code and then move on to the next thing. And that's fine for small things, really. The potential cost is that you don't catch a bug early enough, and then it's more pain later to debug. But if it's simple enough that it's probably not a bug, then you can gamble on there not being a bug, and then you can skip the test. I don't know. It's a trade study. Weigh the cost benefit of the test can help you catch a bug early, but it's more work up front. The edge cases bite you. One good thing I think, at least if you don't do test-driven development, one thing I think is a good thing to do is regression testing, which is if when you find a bug, you write a test that reproduces the bug, then fix the bug so that the test passes, and then you keep the test around. So you can think of that as penalty-driven test writing, where you wait until you actually have a bug, then you have to write a test as a penalty for having a bug. And if the bug ever comes back, your test will catch it again. 6 hours driving on and off would be soothing, but it'd probably be hell if it's, yeah. I drove an hour and a half twice a day for my last job, so like up to 3 hours total, and it gets to you after a while. It's a lot of driving. Hey there, Mario Vale. I don't have the golden pickle, but I have the normal pickle. Will that do, Mario? That's the best I can do. I don't have the golden one. How are you guys doing? All right, I'm going to try to figure out why I never got into this breakpoint. I suppose I will look at Raft. I guess I can step into that. What is the last index? It's 2. And what is... Oh, why is it 3? Why is it 3 indeed? Why? So it never checked because the index was too high. Last entry committed is 2. Huh. That's a clue. Okay, that is technically true because of that. So I could actually... I could make the test harder by not doing that, but it still should have passed. So, yeah, why is it... Oh, I have the logic reversed. I'm dumb. It has to be a not applied. Okay. That probably means my other test is broken. Oh, wait a minute. No, the other test, I think I did accidentally execute the command. Yes. That should not be done. Oh, but if this fails now, that means I have another problem. Yeah, okay. The original one shouldn't have been affected, right? Yeah, that's okay. This one, why is it failing? It's doing the command anyway. Why? If we already published that we did it, why is it doing it again? Oh, probably because this doesn't actually do the roundup. Okay, yeah. So I just want to remove the commit then. That's what I want. Then now the test is valid, because if we commit the command but we didn't do the roundup, it would be a mistake. Okay, so this one, passing. Okay, we're all passing. We're all green lights. Adam pass. Adam pass. All right. So the coordinator is going to do the correct thing. It's going to put a roundup command into the games journal every roundup interval. So now it just remains to actually execute that command. So let's make a test in the executor to do that. Executor, there's the executor. Let's pin him, and then we'll go to executor tests. Uh-oh. Did you lose your sub to Adam? No! You and Rami both. Okay, here we go. Test for stats roundup. I know, isn't it sad, Clayman? They can't do all those cool emotes like Adam EJ. Oh, wait a minute, you too? My goodness. So does that mean when Adam comes back, he's going to have a sub-train? I look forward to the sub-train. 7 months ago? Are you never able to watch his stream? Generally welcoming and polite people. I see. Where are we talking about? Germany or UK? No, you're talking about the UK. Uh-huh. Okay, I need to simulate a roundup of stats. So yeah, I think I just need to put some stats in there, right? So we'll arrange to have some metrics in there. I can copy them from the messaging tests here. The ones that actually add game time. Where was that? This one. So we're just going to add some game time. And it can be any interval I want. Let's pick 60 seconds. And the side effect of a roundup is what? That the delta time gets zeroed. So that's what we'll check. So the act will be that we ask the executor to execute that roundup command. So this stuff. So this will be a stats roundup. Oops. Stats roundup. And the only thing in here, I don't think the executor needs this, so but we'll put it in there anyway, is 60. And then this just gets the correct index. We tell, this publishing tells the executor to go execute the command. So the assert will be, we can ask the metrics for the delta time, and that should be 0. Expect equal 0 for the delta time. There we go. There's the test. Because the executor is supposed to call the roundup function, which will zero out the delta time. So that won't happen yet. It'll still be 60 instead of 0. until we implement the code. Hey there, Kankamatics. It's great to see all you guys here. I hope I'm entertaining enough. Let's see. If I'm not entertaining, maybe I'll try speaking in a different accent. Or do something else wacky. 11 out of 10. Oh, that's hard. It's hard to live up to that expectation. All right. So the executor has a table of commands that it knows how to execute. So we're going to add the roundup to that. Stats round. R comes before U. Round up. So I'll copy some of this boilerplate over. Stats round up. Command by, not saving the configuration. Oh, did I copy that? Is that a copy pasta bug? Yeah, this doesn't save the configuration. That executes the command by adding game time to the game metrics collector. And this one executes the command by generating a metrics roundup report. All right, so that's what we're going to do. We're going to say, for now, I don't care what the report is. I will eventually want to take that report and write it to the daily report. But for now, I'm going to ignore it. Well, thanks for the follow. Benth Gamer 2014. Let's see, this will be metric. No, impl. Where is my metrics? Game metrics. Game state metrics. Ask it to do the roundup. And then, for now, we don't need to do anything else. Just do the roundup. Gosh, I hope I got this correct. Alright, so far so good. So now at a certain interval, my statistics should be rounded up. Oh, I have a failed test somewheres. Why are those breaking? What? Oh, I think I know why. I have a 0 interval for the round. It's doing a roundup immediately. Okay, yeah. I should have known that I would do that by accident. There's this stats roundup interval, but I never set it in the default configuration, so it's going to be 0 everywhere, which means it's going to do an infinite loop of roundups in all the other tests. So let's set it. Common test framework stuff is here. So there's the update interval, but I never set the roundup interval. And I'm going to, in the real game, probably going to use an hour, so I'll just leave it as an hour there. And let me search for that to make sure I hit everything else. Okay, yeah, I need to put it here too. And then while I'm at it, let's put it into the actual main game that's running. Yeah, let's kill the cluster and then add it to its configuration here. Round up. Actually, while we're at it, so we don't have to wait a long time, we'll set the stats to 5 seconds and the roundup to 15 seconds. So what we should see is 3 updates and then a roundup. That'll be how I'm going to test it end to end. Okay, so build again, and this should fix these tests, I hope. Okay, run all the tests. And I suppose I can start the real game again. It's probably going to start by immediately doing a roundup, because it will not round it up at all for that whole hour it's been collected of game time. Let's see if that's what happens. So I should be able to go to the snapshot and the journal. Actually, it'll be in the journal. Yeah, there's the roundup. So it rounded up all stats until 8575, and then it did one metrics update for each server. There's going to be three because there's three servers. 3 stats update. In the meantime, the window I had that is running the client here did an auto login. That's what that is. Okay, so a few more times elapsed. Oh, there we go. So it did 1, 2, 3 three stats updates, and then that triggered another roundup. That total time is wrong, though. That's not the right amount of time. It should have been only 15 more seconds, right? Calculation on total time might not be correct. I'm waiting to see it happen again. Okay, now there's correct. Why did it make a big jump of 1500 seconds, though? I wonder if it's not calculating time correctly. Like, did it count all of the downtime, maybe? Now that it's up, though, the difference between these is what? It is about 15? More or less? Okay, so if I cause a snapshot to happen in the game, we should see that all of the stats have been reduced. Yeah, see the delta time is now, it's never gonna go above 15 because that's the roundup interval, but the total time tracks how much game time has elapsed since the beginning of the database, so to speak. Okay. So in a sense, all of these statistics are now tracking just for 1 hour, and then they're reset, which is sort of what I wanted. And the only thing not reset is the total time. Cool. But I'm kind of curious why it made a big jump there. Oh, okay. I'd have to look at the old journal now. Yeah, it made this jump from 8575 to 10,273. The game didn't run that whole time, did it? Oh, maybe it did. Maybe it did accumulate time. And this didn't account for all that time? I need to think about that. I need to take a quick break, too. I'll be back in like a minute. I need to just use the restroom. I am back. Ooh, stretch. Oh, I forgot to say hi to Ben the Gamer. Hi there, Ben the Gamer. Thank you for the follow. Oh, I already said thank you for the follow, but I forgot to wave. And I might have said your name wrong before. I remember the 2014 part, but I don't remember if I said Ben the Gamer correctly. I apologize. Okay, so I need to get to the bottom of why there was a big jump there, because obviously 1500 seconds didn't happen. In game time, in real time, I bet it's tracking real time by mistake and not game time. So I would see this how? Probably by just stopping the game for a while and waiting. So I'll stop the game, and then while I let it elapse some time not playing. Let me look at the code to see if I can deduce what's going on. It's going to be in that messaging process metrics roundup where it picks the total time, right? It's going to ask the metrics for the total time. That shows up in a few places. It's incremented whenever the leader track counts time. Where else? It's included in the roundup there. It's serialized. And it's deserialized and cloned. So let me look at that again, the journal. The old one that had the jump. If I look at the roundup. Oh no, if I look at the snapshot and I look at the total time there, what is it? 8575. Yeah, that's 8575. Is that the same number? It is. Okay, so it's lagged behind by one interval then. I think I know why. We want the time after the wrap up is done. So that number's wrong. We collect the total time before we do the roundup, so that total time will not include the last period. Will it? Oh, it should. Hold on. Yeah, we do add to it whenever add game time happens. So why was it still a small number? Because this journal is built off of this snapshot, and this snapshot had that exact same number in it. So this is where it would have started way up at the top. And then we should have accumulated a whole bunch of durations. So that should have added quite a bit of time. Why did it have the old number in there and not the new one? Don't know. Think about why. That is the exact same number, right? 8575.34394, yeah. Down to the millisecond. With unneeded precision, even. So why are we seeing the old number there and not the... It should have been incrementing there. It might not have if that was always false. Is that what's going on? Well, then it never would have advanced, would it? Oh, wait. I think I might know what it is. This happened around these client reports on the new term, right? 152. The previous one was 151. So this is right at startup. That means all of these haven't been committed to the journal yet. They've been appended but not committed. So this will be stale. It's going to use stale information, isn't it? Actually, I'm okay with that. Because it doesn't need to be exact. It just needs to be... It's just to prevent multiple appends of the command, which it did, right? There's only one of it. It didn't append another command for the same interval. So, yeah, okay, I'm okay with that. I know why it's happening. It's happening because all of these entries weren't committed to the journal yet. They're in the journal but not committed. They get committed once once the majority of the servers in the cluster say, yes, I have a copy of that too, which happens somewhat after these initial client reports. So probably around here, around here time-wise, all of these ones got committed along with this one, and then it would have generated a roundup, which would have included all of that time because these get committed first. So I think we're good. Yeah, so then, yeah, the next roundup was only after 15 more seconds. Okay, so I'll probably see the same thing when I start this up again, right? Probably see that happen in the journal. A jump. Oh, I wonder if it's because it sees that. And that's close enough that it doesn't do it again. Yeah, okay. So it's not really jumping unless at startup it took too long to process the journal up to that point. So the error did not jump. Okay, good. Cool, that makes me feel better. I'm not actually tracking real time. It's just there was a jump because of processing delay. So that really is the number of seconds the game really did run. If I stop the game, it doesn't continue to count up. Cool. So the last part is to do something with that hourly report. So that ends up in the executor. But we can return, I think what I'm going to do is have the coordinator handle it, and we'll do it by returning the roundup as the return value. The return value can be anything I want as a JSON value, so it could be the roundup, and then that gets sent to the coordinator as the not the side effect, the direct result of executing that command. So what the coordinator can do is when it gets that, it can put it out to the daily report. That means I need to establish the daily report first. Before I do that, I think I'm going to check in my code. So I'm checking in constructing daily roundups. Hourly roundups, sorry. Daily's next. Perform regular default hourly stats roundups. I don't know if roundup is the right term, but it's just taking the statistics that we've gathered so far, reporting it out, and then clearing the counters, so to speak, so that we start on a fresh interval. All right, so this being roughly done, this is the next thing I'm going to do, which is this daily report. This is going to be a file that we write to, and at the end of each day, so when the day increments, so like it goes from the 2nd to the 3rd or whatever of May, that the server will say, oh, the day has changed, so let me go publish whatever report we've constructed. So there'll be a file. For every server that has such a file, it will format and publish it as an email and then delete it. Or, why don't I just say delete? Yeah, let's just say delete. Delete file. It will be created again if necessary for the next day. If the server never becomes the leader of the cluster, it'll just never create the file again. Okay, so who's going to manage this file? Probably just the coordinator, right? And so these are the different things that will cause a line to be written to it. So I suppose I need a unit test for each one. Yeah, so also the name of the file needs to be configurable, right? Or I just hard code the thing? How do I handle game.journal right now? Is it hard coded? Is it just game? Or I think it's actually in 2 pieces. And it's in the main program that handles it. Where are you, main program? Hard-coded, yep. Yeah, but the top-level files, like, why not, right? It's hard-coded as a constant up here, I think. Yeah. Latest file prefix is game, and then suffix journal and snapshot. So I don't think I'll ever need to change those, so I just kept it simple and hard-coded. So I think the same thing for the daily report. So it's hard-coded at the integration layer. It's not hard-coded at the coordinator level. In other words, this file is constructed here and used to, the journal is told this path. It's not hard-coded at this point, it's a parameter. At the main program, it's hard-coded. I think I'll do the same thing. It'll be just another thing we give the coordinator. Yeah. Here we go. This is the name of the file, which is used to build the daily report sent by the server to the game's administrators. Daily report file name. How about daily JSON? All right, and then similarly to how the admin key is set up, it's going to be the same. Oh, that one's loaded. That's different. I need one that's passed in, sort of. Yeah, so something like this. And then we'll just tell the coordinator, hey, that's where we want you to put it. Where do I set up the coordinator? Aha, here we go. Look at all of its glorious arguments. It's becoming a real mess. Should probably turn that into a structure of its dependencies, and then just pass in a single argument, which is the structure. Yet another dependency. Name of your daily report file. Daily report file name. There we go. How can you start learning coding? There are lots of ways you can start. Do I have a learning command? Learn command? Yes, new to programming. I've written up a few words of encouragement there. I forget where that goes though. Let me click on my own command. It's been a while. Advice on learning programming. Yeah, that's in my notebook in the overview. So yeah, it really depends on what you're wanting to learn it for. So if you're starting to learn coding for looking for a job, or is it a hobby, and then I really think that regardless of whether or not it's for a job or a hobby, you really should ask yourself, what do you enjoy? Making games, making apps, making robots, making something else? And then try to tune your learning towards what you enjoy, because that'll help you keep you motivated. And I should probably update this. Yeah, I don't recommend learning C and C++ because they're old. I do recommend learning Python because it's used in machine learning, which is pretty popular these days. It's also a good all-round first language to learn. JavaScript, you'll be surprised how many people on Twitch know a lot of web dev stuff. So if you start picking up JavaScript and you run into trouble, you could stream yourself learning, and people will literally come into your stream and help you guide you towards learning, which is really cool. I've seen that. I've actually helped I go into other people's streams that are learning JavaScript, and I try to help too. C# and Java are nice to learn if you're into game dev, because the Unity game engine is all about C#. And for Java, or I guess it's Kotlin now, taken over for Java, is if you're interested in making Android mobile apps. So these two languages are nice in that if you learn one, you kind of know most of what you need to know to learn the other. They're very similar in construction and syntax. So there's just general tips. So where you go from there depends on your learning style. Do you learn from watching videos or books, or go to classes, doing exercises? It really depends. So I don't yet have advice for each of those pathways you might pick. Maybe eventually I will. If you have specific questions like what book is good for learning C++, I could tell you that Scott Meyer's books, for example, are pretty good. If it's for JavaScript, there was a book recommended to me for that, which is really good, and I don't remember it off the top of my head. No JavaScript frameworks. Do you want people to have to do DOM innovation themselves? It depends on the person, right? So if you're kind of struggling learning a JavaScript framework because you don't really have a lot of a JavaScript experience, I would say stepping back and learning vanilla JavaScript might be easier for you. But if you don't mind stepping up to a framework right away and skipping the DOM manipulation part, you could, for example, go into Vue right away and maybe even React, and that'll work. Did I have that in there? No JavaScript frameworks? I think that's what I put there. I guess I should say I tend to recommend no frameworks at first, just to get familiar with the language. If you don't, let's see, if you don't mind learning a framework at the same time, take a look at Vue or React, or even React. I've heard Vue is a lot easier to learn than React or Angular. I started with React after trying Angular and finding it a little bit too steep of a learning curve. But yeah, I've heard good things about Vue. But it's a big caveat is that you're learning two things at once. If you've never seen JavaScript before, you'll be learning JavaScript and you'll be learning the framework that you picked. So that might be too steep of a learning curve. In that case, stick with no frameworks at first. There's lots of tutorials out there that just say, make a simple web page with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and don't even pick a framework. Just code the DOM directly. You don't know JS? Is that the recommendation? That's not the same one that I was told, but I think I've heard that too. Should we put book recommendations here? Book recommendations. JavaScript, and then I had a C++ one. So JavaScript is you don't know JS, and what was the other one? Yeah, I don't have advice yet, but this is under learning. So I should probably make advice an alias to learn. What was the other one? Anybody remember what it was? What Adam recommended for JavaScript? So for C++, I recommend modern C++, effective modern C++. So that's Scott Meyer's Scott. Effective modern C++. I don't remember the name, but there was another nice book here. And when I find it, I'll put it here. Insert here Adam13531's JavaScript book recommendation. That I can't remember right now. I'll go back and do that. Oh, you don't know JavaScript isn't very good for people learning new programming language? But JavaScript itself is more approachable, I think, as a new programming language than, for example, C or C++. Those are like kind of old and wordy. So they have a lot of weird syntax, so that can really put new people off. Something like Python or JavaScript or even Rust or something like that would probably be a lot more approachable. All right, so we're going to make a daily report file. So mobilize, I need to modify const standard string. Actually, didn't I make a... I'll just keep it a string. So daily report file path. Yeah, if I had to pick one language for someone learning new programming and they don't know anything else, I would pick Python. One of my brothers was learning Python like years and years ago before it really got famous, and he didn't know programming at all before that, and he said, "Hey, Python's pretty cool." So so the fact that it's easily learnable and the fact that it's applicable in neural networks, machine learning, AI research these days is a plus. Daily report file path. This is the path to where the coordinator should store. This is a path to the file in which the coordinator should store information to be included in the daily report sent to the game's administrators. More about learning JS specific stuff. Okay, so I'll probably recommend the other one first. I just don't remember which one it was. Anybody else remember which book Adam recommends? If he was streaming, I could just go to his channel and type his command. I'll find out what it is. I'll put it in my notes. All right, so let's take that and copy it to the implementation. Here. That might be it, Nui. JavaScript, the good parts. That might be it. Let me double check though. Might be this one. That sounds very familiar. But I want to make extra sure that it is, because I hate giving recommendations that I'm not sure if it's the right one. You know? Okay. Daily report file path. We're just going to store that. Actually, I'm going to, what am I going to do? I'll put it directly into a file object is what I'll do. So you can put it anywhere here. Daily report file equals, and then yeah, I don't have the right file included, so I'll include it. I want to make one of those file wrappers that I enjoy making. For my system abstractions library. Okay, and that's going to be daily report file. Let's make that a unique pointer to one. Like that. Then we don't have to give it a name at first. All right. This is the file to which significant events that happen while the server is the leader of the cluster should be written. At the beginning of each day, I guess that means I'm hard coding it to a day. I think so, because I don't want to get more than one email a day. At the beginning of each day, the contents of this file will be formatted and sent to the game administrators as an email, and the file will be deleted. Deleted, or maybe have a backup of it. 1 day's backup in case the email fails to get sent. So let's not even mention that, because who knows what we might want to do with it. Okay, so there are a few places where I call coordinator mobilize I need to update. I'm going to use compiler error driven development to find them. Here's one. This is in the test framework. So we will have a daily report file, and we'll just get the path to it. So that I will put here. And then we'll just construct it with a hard-coded name. Where's the constructor? There it is. I need to put it in here, don't I? Yeah, so similarly to how we did that. So this is the daily report file, and then same thing. We'll call it daily. All right, and then in the setup, we should destroy the file, I think. Do the same thing with the credentials. I think we just write it. Where was that written? Up here? Yeah, so I'm just going to delete the file. So daily report file destroy. This is in the test framework, right? So at the beginning of every test, we'll have wiped away the daily report file. Next error. So this is a special mobilized test, so it just needs to have a copy of it. Daily report file get path. And then same thing. These are mostly one-off tests. Every other test just uses the common setup. This one, where is this one? Oh yeah, another one-off. Okay, cool. Let's check that in as an incremental step towards greatness. Provide coordinator with daily report file path. Or let's just say add daily report file to coordinator. All right. So let's put in the logic around this daily report file one bit at a time. The easiest thing would be we want it to be deleted at the beginning of every day. So let's have I guess under messaging for now. We'll have a test for that. Daily report file deleted every day. So it has to be, actually it doesn't matter. We'll just mobilize the server, right? And there's a default instance ID, right? I don't think it matters as long as there's a default. Default is 85 in honor of 85 filter, I think. It's turned out that anyone who has a number in their name, I generally, since I need numbers that, just for testing, I tend to take those numbers out and use them. That's the arrange. So in addition to arranging, well, let's put something in that file. So daily report file create. And then, actually, let's just do assert true. Means that it succeeds. And then we'll do write something to it. Doesn't matter what. Let's just make a previous entries, previous contents. I don't know. It can be anything. So standards needs to be a string though, right? Hello world. Hello world. So I'm going to assert that we can write all of it to that daily report file. Thanks for the follow, Cluo. Write. And I had 2 overloads for write. One took a buffer and bytes. I think that's the one I want, actually. So I want just this dot data, and then that dot size. There we go. Hello? Hello again. Did you go? Did you come back? We're saying hello to the follow. Let's see. Now I'm going to assert. Actually, I think close didn't have any return value. So daily report file dot close, right? Oh, I said hello to the world. Ah, and you're in the world. That makes sense that you would say hello back. How can you catch up? I can go over a little bit about what I'm doing. So there's a public notebook I have, and I guess a good starting point would be to talk about what I'm trying to do. Trying to make a game that is multiplayer online, obviously, if it's a multiplayer RPG, that is inspired by the Ultima series, which, if you look at my code journey, there's a little screenshot of it. So I'm trying to make a game that's inspired by this look and feel, because I really enjoyed playing those games when I was a kid. And to that extent, or towards that goal, I'm trying to build up a platform for the game, and I'm almost ready to, with that platform, to start doing game dev. The platform consists of this front-end client in JavaScript, React, Redux, and Phaser. It's not showing anything in the game world because the game world doesn't exist yet, but I've been piecing together the user interface elements that I need both as an admin and as a player. And then in the back end, we have 3 servers running in C++ that are running the game. And if you're interested on what's going to be in the game, I have some ideas here, but there's nothing really concrete yet other than 2 pillars I want to try to mold the game from, are to try to have the UI change as you go from one part of the game to another, because I think that's really cool. And I want to heavily tie it to the Twitch stream, so incentives to play the game are in the stream and vice versa, and we'll just see what we can do, have fun with that. And so what I'm doing today, you can always find with the today command. I have notes for every day. So today's objectives are to report statistics in the game. So the game is collecting a lot of information about how much time is being collected and which servers are running the game and how much time it's taking them to do their various parts of their job. And then it's not really shown here, but we're also tracking things like every time someone logs in, how many people are logged in at one point. And so I'm working towards reporting this information. I have all the raw information here in the game's journal collected. I want to reduce it down to like a daily report that's sent to me that has 24 entries, so 1 per hour, of a wrap-up of all the data from this. Stuff like how many new accounts were created, who got banned, you know, if I was being DDoSed, what were the IP addresses, that kind of thing. Ever been working in a company? I used to work at a large company in their multimedia R&D group, so that was for a long time. This year I kind of struck out on my own to try to make a game and be a freelancer. So this is sort of relatively new to me. Before this I was just making demo apps for a multimedia group for a long time. So yeah, I am going, hopefully if I get this done today, I have time I think, I will be able to generate a daily report with all these statistics and have it emailed to me. So if you have any specific questions, let me know. This is going to be mostly C++ backend work today. So I am looking at the data generated by the game in the backend. I am setting up a unit test to describe the pieces of the feature that I want, and I'm running the test, making the code changes until I get the test to pass, and then sort of iterating that way. Have you ever had to mentor a junior engineer? Yes, all the time. I've probably mentored a dozen at the last company I was at. Most of them did come from college. So one of the biggest things I learned from that is to be patient. That when you come out of college and you go into the workforce, you're equipped with the basic skills on how to learn, hopefully, but I don't expect people to know right away how to do their job. It's all about guiding them to learn the specific job skills they need, whether that's a programming language or an API or whatever. But yeah, that's just the job. You have to do that if you're a mentor. Hey there, Kobayashi Maru. Ella giggle and seems good to you too. So yeah, have you ever? What is this? Do you ever get really mad? Oh, you meant mad at someone for some reason? Oh yeah, I'm human. I get mad. I try to grow a thick skin and not get mad. In a professional setting, you really want to put your emotions off to the side. You can vent when you're at the bar later with your friends, but at the job, you really shouldn't get mad. People who get angry and show emotion in their job, unless that's part of their job, my wife likes to call it being unprofessional. So a good professional will, if they get mad at someone, put it off to the side, wait until vent it later, after hours, but try to address it positively. What was the reason? Usually it's if what triggers me most is when people don't care about the quality of their work, or they don't care to learn. Not so much ego. I think I got past that. When I was younger, I would get really mad at people's ego, but as I get older, I start to realize that what's really more insidious is when people don't care about their job, or they don't want to learn. And that is very frustrating because, number one, we hired them to help in our team, and they don't care. It's like they're just a dead weight to us. And it's frustrating when you try to get them to get motivated and they just don't care. So that's what usually triggers me. Any newbies advice for C++? C++ is a really hard language to learn if you're new. So under this learn thing, I had some advice. We were looking at that a little bit earlier. So what I generally try to say is don't learn C++ as a newbie, because they're old languages. They have a lot of weird things in them. It's not always clean to express something in C++ or C. So I like to point people towards Python, JavaScript, C#, Java. They're more amenable to newbies. And a lot of these are really popular. JavaScript is everywhere in web dev. C#, Unity. Java and Kotlin are in Android. So I would say don't try to go to C++ until you've had some experience in these other languages, and then you're kind of more prepared for some of the weird quirks that you'll find in the older languages. Am I a college student afraid of entering the... Oh, that was for someone else. You're in college and almost graduating? An internship, that's the way to go. That's how I got my first real job. That internship I got at the first company turned into my career of 24 years. So if someone were to ask me what should I do when I'm in college and almost graduating, I would say try to find an internship. Then it's twofold benefit to you. You are getting trained at the job, and you get a temporary time where you can evaluate, do you like this career in this company? If you don't, then at the conclusion of the internship, you can say, thank you for the internship. Good luck to your company. And then you won't feel obligated to stay there. You won't have some false attachment of loyalty, because the internship is just a temporary, like, see how it goes, right? And if you like them and you make a good impression, and they're usually people will turn internships into a full-time job if they like the person and they did a good job. So I think it's a win-win. Internships are a win-win. One thing that can be kind of scary is if you can't find an internship, and that scares me too. I'm kind of afraid of a world where we no longer onboard new grads with internships, because it's scary both for those new grads, because how do they get a foot into the market, into the industry, and also scary for those companies, because I'm like, well, how are they evaluating these new grads without first bringing them on temporarily as interns? And we can't control what companies do. Hopefully companies will continue having internship programs, and that'll be the number one way that new grads can look forward to trying to get in, is finding those. All right. Yeah, I'm happy to answer the questions, even though it distracts me. So, but if I do stop or slow down answering questions, it's more that I need to get some work done. But I will try to answer everything I can. Not sure if you want to stay at your internship. It's a consultancy company. I see. Still need to learn a lot, but you're starting to understand. Okay. Yeah. Well, that's one of one of your primary goals in an internship should be to evaluate if you want to stay or not. So keep your eyes open. Be aware of your own frustrations or your enjoyment or lack of enjoyment at that company, and just ask yourself, is this what you want to be doing for 5, 10 years? If no, then it's like you should start looking at you know, slightly different companies. And just remember, there's usually no hard feelings if at the end of the internship you decided to go somewhere else. All right, daily report. Yeah, so the test here is that we're going to put some stuff in a daily report file and then mobilize the server, and we're going to then advance the time to be more than a day. And we'll expect that the server will have destroyed the daily report file by then. The strange company, there are not that many employees because it gets income from consultants. Yeah, that's a little beyond my experience. The company I was at was pretty big. Not really the people that, so not really the people that work there. I see. Yeah, that's, I don't know what I can say about that. The company I was at had a lot of people, and so it was a lot different than that. So the act here, I have a advance mock time, and we'll advance it a whole day, which is 86,400 seconds. That's a cool number to memorize. That's how many seconds there are in a day. And the assert will be that the file no longer exists. So expect false daily report file is existing. So if you're wondering what is the object that I'm calling these things on, this is a class I wrote myself, which is sort of a wrapper around file input output. I just use it for convenience, and it's somewhat abstracted away from the operating system and the standard library. I'm just using it because I personally prefer it. My internship was in C, and after a while, I gradually got the group I was in warmed up to C++ being okay. And they're like, sure, go ahead, as long as you get your work done. And so it ended up being a lot of C++, but it was C. We did not do web development. It's multimedia at a more traditional. It was making stuff for cell phones, right? So it wasn't web at the time. This was like a long time ago. There really wasn't a web, and so I got kind of I got integrated into a part of the company that didn't do web stuff. So now that I'm out of that company, I'm doing this. A lot of the stuff I do in my stream that's web related, it's newer to me, and I struggle a bit. Like this is all written with React and Redux, and it took me a while of struggling to figure this out. How many days did you give your juniors the time to study a new technology? I give new people about 4 weeks to get accustomed to the environment, the tools, the libraries that they have to work with. And by then I expect that they start asking questions to learn the more advanced topics. I don't really expect juniors to be able to contribute back for a good 3 or 4 months. Because if you bring someone on board and you expect them to be productive right away, there's going to be two things that happen. They're going to get super frustrated, and the quality of their work will be so bad, you'll be like, why did I assign that to that guy? He can't get it done. So what I like to do is I like to take tasks which, if they can get it done, would be awesome, but at the same time, it's not important that it's not critical, and it is maybe not as urgent to get done. And so if they get it done, it's a sense of accomplishment, and at the same time, I try to pick something that's not too complicated, and then that gets them motivated. It gets them eased into the team. That's the way to do it, I think. Hey there, Sferus. How are you doing? Yeah, that's one of the things I miss from leaving that company is now I'm working by myself, so I don't have people to mentor as much. Also, we had trouble at the last couple of years at that company. we really couldn't, like the recruiters weren't finding good people. Don't know why. But yeah, we had trouble with that. We had very, very few interns, and yeah, didn't work out so well. I liked mentoring people who were like happy to come to work and learn. I would secretly feel that way about those who would come in and not really care. But I try to, again, like I said before, try to put those feelings aside and just try as much as you can to get them to be engaged. But you have to call it at some point. If they're not really wanting to learn or get integrated in the team, I would call it and say, well, I have better things to do. I wouldn't tell them that, but you know how it goes. It was apparent the company you were at that we needed developers for a long time, and they never replaced people, especially senior people. Yeah, my experience was that at some point they decided to get rid of all the senior people, me included. They called it layoffs. And now that they're hiring again, I've been told that they're only hiring the junior people and not the senior people. So it's kind of weird. I think it depends on the company and their financial situation and how much of a senior people network there is in that company. So where I was at last, they had a big turnover. And so all the senior people had left. And the ones that were remaining ended up getting laid off because really it makes more financial sense. Hire a junior person, their salary is a lot lower, and they're younger, et cetera, et cetera. What's the difference between a junior and a senior? It's experience. It's how many techniques have they picked up, how fast they can learn something new. A senior person can pick up something new very quickly because they've learned maybe 3 or 4 similar things already, and they can leverage what they've learned to learn something new. A junior person doesn't have much experience, and so they take longer to pick things up because they have no other experience to draw upon. So yeah, I would say it's purely experience-based. Hey there, Bugfound. We're chatting about programming in the industry right now. And in between questions, I'm trying to get this daily report file. First, I'm going to make sure it's deleted every day, and next I'm going to make sure that it gets written every day. Or written whenever there are significant events. Hey there, Mario. Oh, wait a minute. You said hi before. Did I give you a wave? I did not. Oh, no, wait a minute. I did a while ago, right? The pickle that I can't respond to in kind. You have the golden pickle and I don't. Oh yeah, no problem, Xylem. I enjoyed talking about that. I do have to try to strike a balance, though, between the work and the talk. But yeah, don't feel bad if you get me to talk too much. It's my own fault. I also have a Discord if you want to chat later. Either if it's about the industry or about coding questions, everyone's welcome there. Whatever time I have that I can put in, I'll try to do it. But, you know, again, don't feel bad if I can't get to every question. Let's see. Daily report. Yeah, okay. I'm going to run this and make sure it fails first. It's a low 5, right? But you can't see the low 5. So it's both, right? The one hand is waving and the other one's low 5ing you. Okay. Is existing. So it's not deleting the file. So now I get to decide who's going to do that. How about our good old friend, the worker thread of the coordinator? So I don't see that file open. Is he hiding somewhere? Ah, he's hiding right here. Here's the worker thread of the coordinator. Process metrics roundup. So let's add a new one. Messaging process daily report. All right. So that doesn't exist yet. Let's make it exist. Let's search for this, and then where it is declared, we'll also add our new declaration. At the start of each day, real time, not game time, but real time, if there is a daily report file, should probably put a comma here, format and send the report to the game's administrators as an email, and delete the report file. All right. And then where it's implemented is here. Okay. That goes there. Wait a minute. Am I missing a... I hit the type. I killed the type. I do have a YouTube channel, but it's really just an archive of these streams. So there's a link to it in the panels below. And if someone wants to copy paste that, that'd be good. But yeah. I just put an archive of all my streams there. Oh, I have a couple. Do have a couple things that aren't archives of the streams. I had an intro to C++ there, and I also have this video here that talks about the framework I use for unit testing, which you see me do here with the test F and the assertions and stuff. This is Google Test, and along with that in the video, I also talk about the build system I use, which is the CMake stuff, which is really steep learning curve, I would say, because the syntax is really weird, but I really like it because there's not a whole lot of boilerplate, and it makes build systems for every OS that I know of. Oh, thanks, Mario. Do I think C++ is the best programming language? No. I don't have a statement here for that, but I probably should. When you get more experienced, I think you'll come to realize there is no best of anything. Everything has strengths and weaknesses. So for me, C++ is a strength because I have a lot of experience using it, and it applies really well for the back end. But I would not use this on the front end. Even though I've been told you can put C++ in the browser with WebAssembly, I wouldn't do it because, number one, I don't know how to do it right now, so I would have to learn. And number two, it just doesn't feel right like the correct language for user interfaces. I don't think I've ever really enjoyed doing user interfaces in C++. So if I were to have to pick something that C++ is best in, I would say it's best in being a fast, low-level language. But it's not the best for user interfaces. For that, I would probably say JavaScript right now, or C# with a framework like WPF or something like that. Or maybe Qt Toolkit, which is really that's really C++, but it's add-ons to the language in the form of libraries. So yeah, it really depends on what you need to do. What is the best tool for that? So sometimes C++ will be the best language depending on the situation. Other times JavaScript will be the best language. Yeah, so slow or fast is not always a problem, but when it is, that helps you decide the correct language, right? Just like any kind of profession, you'll have a lot of tools at your disposal, a lot of languages, and you'll want to evaluate, is Python better? Is JavaScript better? C# better? For the task at hand, or even the piece of the task at hand. So I use 4 different languages in my setup, right? Do I have a picture? General 10,000 foot level view. I use JavaScript here, I use C++ here, and I haven't printed it, but there's a box called the administrator tools. I use Python for that. And then inside these servers, this ECS, I'm thinking about using Lua for the part of this systems that are very fluid, like that are changing a lot. So that's 4 different languages, and I picked them mostly for their strengths and their lack of weakness in the area I need them for. Okay. So yeah, that video about the G-test will talk about the test framework and the build system, and then I had another video on intro to C++, and I was going to do more videos if I got a lot of positive feedback on it, or negative feedback, saying that I could do better, but I didn't really get a whole lot of feedback, so I haven't gone and made more. Main issue about C++ is that you're not sure about the object ownership. Okay, what can help with object ownership in C++ is to use the shared pointer and unique pointer. I use them a ton everywhere because shared pointer, I'm looking for an example of one, of how it's declared actually. I guess I would find it in the header file, wouldn't I? Shared pointer, the ownership, it's clearly shared. It's going to be many different things, but yet do you really need to know all the people that are sharing this WebGate? No, because the pointer takes care of the life cycle of this object. When all references to it are released, it's deleted and not beforehand. So it kind of takes the problem and handles most of it for you. And like, when do you delete the object? It doesn't really matter as long as you correctly hold on to the reference when you need to and then release it when you don't need it anymore. The other thing is the unique pointer. Let's just look for unique pointer. That's like a shared pointer, only you can't share it. So it's really not the same as a shared pointer. How do I describe it? It calls the deleter automatically when that one and only one reference to it is gone, no longer in scope. So you don't need to remember when to call delete, but and also it'll enforce that you don't actually have two pointers to the same thing. So that's what I would recommend if you need to use C++ and you're having issues about object ownership, is to try to use shared pointer and unique pointer to resolve those. But then again, they have their own issues, right? You can use a shared pointer when you didn't need to, and then accidentally have an extra reference, and then you'll have problems where things don't ever get destroyed. And sometimes those are called memory leaks. Other times they result in infinite loops. All sorts of fun stuff ensues. Just like almost everything else in C++, there's always a downside to everything. And what was I changing here? There, okay, I just didn't save that. Okay, process daily report. All I need to do the pass the unit test now is check if the time has elapsed. And if the previous time is in a different day, then we will delete the file. So let me record the last time we did a daily report check. So kind of like how I did it here, right? Time, this kind of a thing. Let me just copy all of this and paste it here. Say time last daily report. And then I don't need a duration, do I? Yeah, I'm going to use a slightly different piece of logic here. Actually, it's not going to be the time that we did the last daily report. Time last daily report. Time last check for daily report. So, and I can actually do an early exit here. If it's 0, then we're going to set it to now and return. So the idea is that if we flip past a day boundary, so a quick way to do that would be to say if this divided by 86,400, and that is a double, so we're going to floor it. If that is not equal to the floor of now divided by 86,400. So if the number of days since the epoch changes, then we're doing a daily report. And then regardless, we're going to set it to now. And then we get to decide what we want to do. We will do a delete of the file if it exists. So if daily report file is existing, delete it. Actually, can I just call delete and it'll just do it? I don't have to do a condition. I can just say destroy. Destroy. Destroy it. Okay, so I need to, that variable I declared, I need to add it. And we'll put it here. If non-zero, this is the time according to the service timekeeper when the time was last checked to see if a daily report was due to be processed. That's what I'm gonna say. Oh, did I not say hello to Mr. Love Pickle? I'm sorry. Hey there, Mr. Love Pickle. That was 4 minutes ago and I didn't see it. I apologize. Sometimes the client I use for chat doesn't really spring to my eyes that someone said something. All right. So this should build and pass my test now if I did it right. So one step at a time. We're making sure that we clean up first. It's at the end, right? Yeah, this one. It didn't work. It messed up somehow. This was supposed to advance it a day and it didn't work. Okay. To check what's going on here, let's put a breakpoint on this and then tell this to debug. So what is the now? Oh, right. We need to let it run once before we advance the clock. Otherwise, it'll never see a transition. So let's advance part of the way after we start the server. Just some arbitrary amount, like how about 10 seconds, and then we'll advance past a day. Actually, I can turn this into 2 tests, can't I? Deleted every day at day boundary. Because what I can do is I can say advance 10, and then sample const auto was daily report file existing at point at 10 seconds, and then sample that, and then we'll say was it existing at 86.439 seconds. So I need to not do 399, right? Not do 399, but 389 because it's added to the 10. And then advance 1 more second. And then it should be exactly 1 day. And then we'll expect false for this. False, and then true for the last one. Oh no, I had it backwards. True, true, false. It exists at these 2 points, but not at this point. There we go. Run. Yay. Pass. Adam pass. Okay, so it's deleted. Now, in addition to that, we actually wanted to generate a report, don't we? If the file exists, we want to format it and publish it. Actually, I'm going to do that later because the formatting and the sending it as an email is a lot of work. I want to do the easy stuff first. I think I'll do the report writing next because each one of these is a test that's pretty easy. So when a leader is elected, we should see that a line is added to the daily report. So let's check that. So daily report update on a leader elected. All right, so we arrange what? Don't need to do anything, do I? Because I'm just going to call mobilize server as leader. Yeah. We're just going to do the act. Mobilize as leader, right? And then the assert is that we should get something in there. Actually, I think I want to put the time in there. The time of day? Time of day or the game time or both? Oh, wait a minute, I had that in here. Common fields, timestamp, cluster term, and event type. And the timestamp will be what? I can do it and it's not too much work and it might be useful. So maybe we'll have the timestamp will be in two parts. So one will be the time of day, or really the real time by the timekeeper, and then game time. Game time is the amount time accumulated. So it's gonna record something. So let's have the arrange set up the time right. So I don't want to do advanced. It's just timekeeper, mock timekeeper, right? Current time equals some number, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then what do I want to do here? I need to have it accumulate some game time before we mobilize. Ah, we can just go to the metrics and say add game time, right? Yeah, we can do that. So server ID doesn't matter. So 42 for all I care. Yes, it's the leader. How much time? How about 100 seconds? These don't matter. 0 JSON, empty JSON object. Then the act is we're a leader, and the assert is that it should have added a line to the file. So, hey there, James. Fight me in real life. Is there a way to check what number you clicked? Oh, what number list item, you mean? Yeah. So I'll show you what I did. And I hope I'm understanding your question correctly. You're saying like in a React app, right? So let me pick, for example, I had list elements here, and if I click one, it picks the right one, right? So that's in my tickets. So that's under views, tickets. So here's where I construct all the list items. Okay, no, they're not list items, they're table rows, but it works the same way. You have an on click on the list item, and then you make an arrow function which calls a prop and passes something to identify the thing you clicked. You can do whatever you want. You can be index, you could be something else, but yeah, I prefer to attach a on click handler to every item, and then make that an arrow function so that you can put in the some argument that comes from the thing you are iterating to make the list, whether it's an index or just the whole item or the ID or whatever you want. I picked the whole item in this case because that has the ID and everything else. So that's essentially what you want. Did I do this anywhere else? Oh, I did it here. What? That's again a table. I want one where it's a list. I guess something like this would be a rough equivalent. I think no, that's a table too. I don't have any LI examples. These are all TRs, but TR LI same thing, right? Not relevant to the question. Now, I hope that answered the question. On click handler, arrow function passes an argument to your prop, the either the index or the item that was being given when you're iterating with either map or for each or whatever you use to do the list. Yeah, hope that works. Okay, so this is going to advance the clock in real time, advance the game time, start up as leader, and then I want to read the file. So did I have a convenience function for that? If I did, it would have been in common. Something about files. No. I should make one though. I'm going to be using this a lot. Like read JSON. I thought I had something called read JSON something. Okay, I have it in executor tests, and WebGate uses it because it's in utilities. Okay, I guess we're going to steal it from the executor tests. That's what I want, because I'm going to make the report file just a bunch of JSON values. Actually, let me think about this. They're going to be distinct JSON values, so we're going to need to change this a little bit. Yeah, I'll change it a little bit. Should I put it under common? There's no reason why I shouldn't. Yeah, okay, I have an anonymous namespace here, right? Why did I do that? I don't remember. Yeah, but I had the helper function like that here, so let's go to that. I just put it here. So it's going to return not just one value, but several. So it'll be a vector of JSON values. Read JSON values. Oh, I could say JSONs, but that sounds weird. JSON values from file. And let's declare that prototype in the header file. Right here. Oh yeah, that is the name of the namespace for the standard library. So that's shorthand for standard. I don't know why they reduced it to STD other than that it is only 3 letters. But it is not a disease, it is a standard. A lot of people, what they'll do at the top of their files, they'll do using namespace STD, and then they can get away with doing that. The only reason I don't do that is I don't like doing the using namespace, especially in a header, because it collapses that namespace into the global one, and that collapsing does 2 things I don't like. It obscures where the thing is, so I no longer necessarily remember it's in the standard namespace or that it came from there. The other thing is it might collide with things in the global namespace. So my preference is to just not do the using. So that whenever you see that in my code, it means that's a standard C++ library thing. It's not something I wrote. It's something that we're using from the standard library so that it's available to everyone. All right, so this is going to be slightly different because we're returning a vector, and I can do that shorthand there if we can't open the file. Otherwise, we open the file and read it, and I don't want to just do one encoding. I want to split it up by lines. And did I have something that did that? I think the journal did that. What if I copy from the journal? This thing did it, right? Yeah, it looked for new lines and stuff. What if I just copy this? So there's no, it's part of the test framework. I can shamelessly copy this, right? So put it here. So we have it in the buffer. Oh, this read by chunks. Do I care? I don't think I care. So, amount will be what this read returns, right? Yeah. Excuse me. So I don't need this outer loop. And do I need block offset? Do not. Just need this inner part. And this goes. Okay. So we're looking for, okay, instead of chunk, it's buffer. This, there's no such thing as a divider in this file, so I'm getting rid of that. If we see a new line, and then that's not, doesn't ever exist, so we're deleting that. If they find a new line, then we're constructing a line. Okay, I guess I eliminated that by accident. I need next line. Oh, here it is. Next line. Why do I have it plus equals? It's just ending up clearing it anyway. So I can shorten this by saying const auto line equals. And then I don't need to do that, do I? Okay. See how I went to great lengths to not write any code? I could have just written this, but I'm like, I have something already that's like that. I'll steal it and then strip away what I don't want. So essentially, we have all the file in a buffer. This type is actually a vector of uint8s. And we're looking for the new line character. When we find it, we take the string of all characters from the starting point of the previous, end of the previous line, or 0 if it's the very beginning, up to but not including that new line, and that goes into line. And then I guess the final piece here is I need to parse that as JSON and put it into this vector, which we need to have actually. Let's put it here. Values, and actually I can return values here. And down here, actually maybe it would be better to just indent this like so. So if we can open the file, read it, and I don't have to close it there. I could just let it naturally gets closed when this, oh wait a minute, no, this is passed in. Yeah, so we should close it. Yeah, okay, never mind. Open it, read it, close it. Then after we've read it into memory, we're parsing it by line. Okay, so then the last part is this from encoding part. And we're going to take that and do values pushback from encoding, and then that's the line, right? So I can just... Oh, cool. So that looks like an unfamiliar JavaScript framework to me. Is that like jQuery or something? Oh, so the close, it's looking for the list item nearest to where you clicked and then getting the index. Oh, that's interesting. Is someone looking for you? Thanks for the follow, Hit the Road. Yeah, that's a little bit different, James, than the way I would do it. You're doing it by reflecting upon the DOM structure. The way I was doing it was injecting click handlers that knew each one had a different index built into it. So they both accomplish the same thing. And yours probably makes sense for the framework you're using. I'm assuming it's like jQuery or something. Because that $sign reminds me of jQuery. Well, no, James, the way you're doing it might be the right way to do it for jQuery. I don't know. For React, I was taught to do it with in the map or the for each. You inject the information like the key, like the click handler. You just inject it there. But it ends up being the DOM is more populated, right? Because every list item has a click handler. Your way might be better in that you're doing it programmatically. Okay, this line is what this string is, right? So I can reduce that like that. I think that'll work, so I can leverage this function here. Hold on, let me make sure I include vector. I did. Okay, good. So down here where we were modifying it, I can expect some vector of JSON values, right? To be returned when I call read JSON values from file daily report file. Okay, so now what am I going to expect? I'm going to expect a leader elected message. JSON object. I said everything is going to have a type, right? So leader elected. Let's just call it leader. Leader. You don't know what I'm saying, but thank you for the compliments. Well, you're welcome. Today, the author of Curl streamed on Twitch. Oh, really? Who's the author of Curl? Just out of curiosity. I know one of the authors of Pigeon streams on Twitch, and he's R.W. Grimm. Some Swiss guy, huh? That's cool. All right. Type leader. I wanted the 2 timestamps, right? What did I want? I wanted the times. Okay, I also want the term. We can throw that in there. So term. That is, we fetch that from. Oh no, this is the test, right? What do we expect? Whatever this sets. 1. All right, 1. And then time and game time. So real time will be this value. Well, actually, we can just say what is the mock timekeeper say it is, and then game time. That is this 100. Okay, and then I should probably also, for the leader, it's which server it was. So that means that I should give this a number, and I should expect that number. Leader 85. There we go. Two-way binding is difficult to have one source of truth. How do you mean? Oh, well, probably what he meant by single or one source of truth means the data or the logic is in one place and not multiple places. So two-way binding, that means that you have two things and one can change the other, or A could change B, B can change A. So it's not a single source. It's a dual source of truth, or dual source of activity or data or logic or whatever you have it. So it's more difficult because you have to manage two things instead of one thing. I think that's what the what we're referring to. This is saying what? Were you okay? I didn't define that. Oh, probably because I have it, but I didn't put the class name in front, right? Jesse, how are you doing, Jesse? How is your stream? Welcome, Jesse's followers and viewers. How are you guys doing today? What are you up to, Jesse? I'm doing C++ stuff today, so I'm also talking about React and Redux if people ask about it, because I had built this up and we're going to be using this next week. What's awkward playing with skizzers? Not really understanding the list item thing? Yeah. Oh, you have it open twice because Jesse rated me? It's in stereo! Oh. You have to run? Okay. Well, thanks for rating, Jesse. I hope you had a good stream. Oh, you said it went pretty well. Great. Cool. Hi there, Silver Surfer Gorilla. Yeah, so for people who haven't seen my stream before, a few links. Just really briefly, these go to my public notebook. The first one talks about the general concept of the game I'm working on here on Twitch, and it is a multiplayer RPG. And I just have rough concepts right now because I don't have a game underway yet. Today is what I'm working on today. I have a plan for every day. Today, I'm working on the back end of the game's platform, making reports that contain statistics so that when I launch the game, I can start tracking like how many people create accounts, how many people are logged in over time. Does anyone get banned by trying to hack the server the wrong way? That kind of thing. And if you want to see what this might look like in the future, I have a prototype that I mocked up, a small scale example that I highlighted there. Okay, see ya, Jesse. Bye. So if you can check out the highlight to see what it's going to be, but suffice to say that I draw my inspiration from the Ultima series that I played when I was a kid. So I'm trying to make my own game inspired by this, where you're represented by a tile, and so are the environment around you built out of tiles. And there are user interface elements, and then there's a scrolling chat. So I'm going to have the same thing in mind. You'll see the world around you. You'll be represented by an icon in the middle. Other players will be around you, moving around. Non-player characters as well. Any events in textual form will show up down here, like chat, or if anything happens. that is in a text message. It'll show up down here. And then here, all the panels will be all of your user interface. Yeah. Codephobia, you're rating too. Ah, we're being rated on all sides, my friends. Jesse Skinner just rated me. Now Codephobia. How are you doing, Codephobia? Just explaining what I'm doing. So again, for those who are coming with Codephobia, if you haven't seen this before, I'm trying to build up the platform for an RPG that I draw inspiration from the old Ultima games. So you'll see some similarities between that and this. My game world will be shown here. There'll be user interface stuff around it. And I'm planning to try to start working on this live online, letting people log in next week. So I'm doing the last few things before that's ready to go. So playing with Skizzers, that was the shorter. You see how every raid it's a shorter and shorter explanation. No problem, Codephobia. It would have been funny if like you raided at the exact same moment as Jesse, because I've actually never seen that happen. Does anyone know what happens if you get raided by two people simultaneously? Does it just stack? Anyway, so a couple of things I should say. These panels are what an administrator will see in the game. So like all the players in the game, the status of every server. What you guys will see when if you next week log in, there's not much to show yet. You'll be able to create an account. You'll be able to set your email address so that if you forget your password, you can have a token sent to you in the email. You'll be able to report issues and suggestions in the game, and that's about it to begin with. You can log out. I'm trying to obey GDPR by letting you download your data, or if you want to, you can delete your account. It deletes all traces of you. And that'll be the starting point from which we'll try to develop this live, where you could be logged into the game, and I might add stuff to the game, and either you'll see it appear immediately if the client already supports it, or you might see a pop-up saying a new version of the client is ready, and you hit refresh, and now there's new stuff. So that's what I'm aiming for right now. After 10 more raids, I'm working on a game. So if you guys have any questions, let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to continue the work. It might be a little boring for some, but it's work I have to do. It's back-end C++ work. So next week, though, I'm really aiming to do some more front-end work and populate the game world. But that won't be until Monday, probably. And thanks for the follows. No One Knows and Mike Fulton and Silver Surfer. So yeah, the back-end consists of a lot of subsystems, and one of them is the messaging subsystem. And in that, I am currently adding tests. Hold on, where did the tests go? Right here. Tests to make sure that when one of the servers becomes leader of the cluster, that this message gets put into the daily report. So if you're curious about the tools I'm using, I have a half-an-hour video showing how I set this up. This is Google Test, and I have it integrated with VS Code through some nifty plugins that sometimes don't show the whole list, so I have to hit refresh. But anyway, the plugins know that this is a test, and I can run the test, and the test fails, and I can show the test failure here. And essentially, it's saying we expected to see this junk in the file, and instead we got nothing. Because I haven't written the code yet, I'm using test-driven development a little bit here. I made the test first of what feature I want added, and then I'm going to go code the feature. I know if I coded it well enough if it passes the test. So this leader election happens, or it has a side effect of calling a function in the coordinator, and I have to remember where that was. I think it's in Raft. I actually touched this code yesterday. It's like something that announced leadership is related to. On Raft leadership change, this is it. So, okay, so whenever the leadership changes in the cluster, this is called. Raft is a reference to the algorithm I'm using to implement server consensus. It's called Raft Consensus Algorithm. What it's doing is it's allowing me to have multiple copies of the game connected to each other, so that whenever a client who's playing the game makes a change to the game state, it gets replicated to the other servers. They talk to each other in a private net to make copies of any changes. And one and only one server is the leader, and that's important because the leader is the one who is allowed to add to the journal, and the followers just make copies. And the journal looks like this right here. They are commands, and I'm using JSON format, and these commands are all just background status updates holding metrics. But if I were to log in, let me show that for an example. Let's say I log out and then log back in again. Actually, it would have been easier to just hit refresh, but that's okay. So every time a login request is made, another entry will be added to the journal, and that's this one. And if I were to just temporarily take this data and just show it in JSON and format it, just so it's easier to read, you'll see that this command to the game is to log a player into the game. It shows us which server they're logged into, what their client ID is, which is temporary ID, what their permanent player ID is, so I'm player 1, and then what the hash of the password that they picked, so that when the command is executed, we check that the hash matches, and if it matches, then yes, they log in. If they fail, then bad password error, right? So all commands to change the state of the servers look like that. And I really don't want to save that because that would corrupt things. But yeah. So the when one server is picked as a leader, that's an event that we want to capture, and that's where that happens back here. And what I want to do is this thing I'm testing, that this gets appended to the daily report. I only want the leader to do that. So that's it, if this condition is true. Got your company issued GitLab account, huh? Time to see what the hype is about. It's the same as GitHub, really, with a few code review stuff. Food's ready, though. Okay, see ya. Have a good lunch. Or dinner. I'm not sure which. So, Raft leadership changed. Here's where I want to do this, and I'm going to make it a function because I'm going to reuse this in a bit. So we'll just call it. It'll be, which subsystem do I want to put it in? Messaging, I guess. Messaging, and we'll say append to daily report. I'm making this up right now, and I had said I wanted the daily report to just be like the journal, where it's a sequence of lines and each line is a JSON value. So this will just take the JSON value, and essentially I want the object to conform to this requirement that we have a type to identify the message. We'd say what term number it is, and that I get from this place. That goes here. The real time we get from what's called the timekeeper. That's available through our implementation. Timekeeper, just ask it what the current time is. The game time we get through the metric system. That's messaging? No, metrics. Directly in the implementation. Metrics, get total time, I think is the correct one. And then leader is our ID number. So that's impl instance ID. And that'll work as soon as I make that function, which I'm going to do now. Messaging subsystems, I need to add that. Can add it anywhere here, I suppose. I guess I'll add it at the end. Yeah, why not? And it's going to take a JSON value, which we do not need to modify, so just value. So this will be line. Encoded? No, just a line. Line. We'll call it line. Well, no, line implies it's a line of string of characters, which it isn't. It's a JSON value. So how about entry? We'll call it entry. I like to comment functions and classes, so I'm going to do that right now. Take the given entry JSON value and encode it into a string and write it to the server's daily report file. There we go. Entry. This is the entry to write to the daily report. Okay. Gonna go to where that function is. Oh, that took me the wrong place, didn't it? That's the correct place. Strange. All right. We're gonna implement this. But not right away. I want to see that the test compiles and runs and fails. It doesn't compile, so I missed something. This failed. Why? Is it because this is unsigned? Yeah, I ran into this before. My JSON value class doesn't know how to convert unsigned int into a JSON value, but if I cast it to size t, it will be able to do it, I think. Probably the same thing here. That's already an int. Okay, good. So let's run the test. Test fails like it should have. And the exhibit is that it did not write anything to the file yet, because we haven't told it to. Let's do that now. Okay, so when we get here, no matter what the report is, we're going to need to make sure the file's open if it's not open yet. So we'll say if impl daily report file. Should I just move that daily report file directly into the messaging subsystem? Let's do that. Then I don't have to say impl. I can just say that. There's a lot of references to it already. No, if I do full word, still a lot of references. Okay, that's messaging. Just hit them all. Message. Actually, that then can be removed, right? And so this gets moved essentially to the messaging subsystem that is in messaging HPP. And wherever I declare my variables, anywhere here. So there you go. Okay. Then this has to move. Oh, no, this is part of the test framework. Never mind. The test files don't need to change. None of these need to change. Okay, so we should be good. All right, so if daily report file dot or arrow. How come no suggestions? Come on, you can help, can't you? Let me make sure I didn't break something. I did break something. What did I break? File is not a okay. That is because this is not declared unless I include the correct header, which is the file header of my abstraction library. Erg. Okay. We're good again. So if daily report file is... Isn't there like a way to check if it's open or not? Seriously? I didn't have a check for it if it's open? I know how I can handle it. I can just always keep it open. Because why not, right? When we destroy it, we'll close it first. Does destroy close it? It does. So destroy closes it for both Windows and Linux. So here's one reason why I made that file wrapper in my abstractions library is because how you close a file through the Windows API is different from POSIX. Right? It's remove there and it's delete file on Windows. So I don't have to worry about the difference between Windows and Linux. I just call destroy. Like Hulk, destroy, Hulk smash. So that will close it. Let me make sure. Let me just open it when we first. Hold on, though. We'll open it if it doesn't exist. That's what we'll do. If if it's not existing, then open it. And we should check to see if we can't open it, we'll have to abort. If not, daily report file create return. So that'll make sure it's open and created, and then after that we're gonna write it out. So daily report file write, and we'll say, well, let's get the line first. Const auto line equals entry dot to encoding, which gives me a string, and let's add to that a carriage return line feed. Call me crazy, but I like carriage returns with my line feeds. Write the line length, no, data lines length. There we go. And that will return something, and I don't care what it returns. It tries its best to write the line, and then we're done. And let's see if that passes the test. Yay, it passed the test. Okay. So that's one down. The others should be a little bit quicker. That's a leader elected. Now a new account created. Actually, I could just copy this whole thing, right? So daily report update on account created. I guess I'll keep this stuff just to seed these times. So mobilized leader is no longer what causes that to happen, right? Actually, that's going to have the side effect of always doing that. Can I remove that from the log? I guess I can if I do a daily report, which will clear it, right? So I can just advance the clock. So advance by a whole day. That will and I have to do this in 2 pieces. Oh no, I can just, let me think about this. I forget something. Let me look. It was process daily report. Yeah, so it won't do anything until it sees a non-zero time. So I need to have it like advance a little bit, and then the rest of the way. Then it'll see a whole day has elapsed. It'll delete. What I want it to do is delete this entry that I don't care about, and then start over. So then the act will be after a day has elapsed. Then we yeah, this the game time won't have changed. We create an account here. So creating an account, we see that as a side effect of processing a create account command. So let me find where that's done. Create account, not there. Where would it be? Auth player? No. I kind of don't even remember the name of the command. It is create player. Okay, fine. Would it be profile? Yeah, okay, there we go. That's where we retrieve it back. Where do I make one? Remake one. Okay, here's a good one. Create a player. Wait a minute, what is this doing? Okay, I think it's leveraging this add test player helper. So I think that will be fine. So we'll make a create player command, and then I'm going to remove the twos here. Okay, I need to know that we get before we act. Right, so this is important. We have to use the same ID that this added right there. And so this publishing from the mock of the executor tells the coordinator, oh, a player got created. And what we expect to happen is, among other things, it should append to the daily report, new account. And what term we're in, what time, game time, and then what do we want to put in the report? Their name or just their ID number? Definitely I want their ID number. So let's say ID, and it's this ID. Should I throw in the name? Or is that just overly, that's redundant? I think it's redundant. Let's just leave it at that. Okay. If I change my mind later, I go here and change the requirement and then make the test pass again, basically. Hey there, Shake Soda. How are you doing? Right, so this does not append anything to the daily report yet, and we're going to make it do so. Started working on a multiplayer for your VR game. Nice. So you made a game first, and now you're making a multiplayer, right? Whereas I'm kind of doing it backwards. I'm making the multiplayer framework and then making a game on top. I tend to be doing everything backwards. I don't know if that's just my style or it's just a crazy decision I made. All right, so to make that pass, we have to go into where, again, the coordinator, where it is told that a new account is created. I think that's profile. On create, yeah, here we go. On create player executed. And there's no error. Oh, I forgot to do that before. We should do that. We shouldn't be reporting things unless we've caught up before. Yeah. Let me kind of cheat and go to where I had done that before in Raft. And then, yeah, only append to the daily report if we've caught up. Actually, I don't need to do that here because we've always, this is not a command. This is an event that happened. If it's a command that got executed, we need to make sure we're caught up first before we do the thing. So yeah, in addition to logging that, we're now going to append it to the daily report. So that's impl messaging append to daily report. And let's make our report here. Yeah, see, I guess I'm doing it the hard way. Mine should be small scale, you know. I worry that I'm making it too large scale. See, you're doing it right. Start with something simple. I'm showing people how to do everything the wrong way. Make a complicated framework that doesn't have a game yet, and then try to make a game on top. Well, we'll see how it goes. Okay, this is the framework of the message I want reported at this point. I just need to fill in all the right details here. So, again, the term. Where's the term? I copy from this place. Right, this is the term. Actually, let me copy these lines. Verbatim, I want. Hold on. If they're verbatim, why don't I just have this function do that part? Yeah, why not? Let's do that. First, I'll put the ID here. That was player ID. Yeah, so there's no reason for me to repeat these 3 lines there and there. We could have this. So let me bookmark. I already have a bookmark. Bookmark this one, and then we'll go to this function and have that one just add those lines. So let's put them here, and we'll say auto augmented entry equals entry. And then we just do it this way. And we're going to repeat ourselves a bit. Because this goes here, and this goes there. This goes there, and this goes there. Augmented entry is now what we encode. Okay, so now that I have that, I can go back to here and remove these 3. And to here and remove these 3. They are redundant. That is one reason why I'm doing the structure, isn't it, Shake Soda? I find it really fun. Yeah, before I was doing this game, I made my own web server just for fun. So that's all the excuse I need, right? Just trying to have fun. Okay. Let me make sure I didn't break this one. I did not. Okay, how about this one? Is it working? No. It didn't do anything. Bummer. Oh, is it because of that caught up check? That might be why. Let's verify. So that will be in profile. So let's put a breakpoint here and then debug this test. I bet it's because we're not caught up. False. Yep, it's going to skip it. So how do I simulate it's caught up? I guess I'll look and see when do I set that variable? OnReft caught up. Now, when is that called? A caught up event. Oh, that's easy. I can just simulate it. So here, we'll just say, hey, you're caught up. So mock raft event. Oh, wait a minute. I probably have a helper that does this for me. I should have a helper. Why don't I have a helper that does this? Let's make a helper to do it for me. I'm looking for where I did it in a previous test. These are all leadership change events. Huh. I guess I never simulated. Oh no, here it is. So let's take this and extract it out as a helper. So this will be simulate cluster, simulate server, or mock server caught up, or let's call it notify. Notify server caught up, and that will be in common somewhere. Like somewhere like mobilize server is lit, one of these guys, because he does that kind of a thing. Let's put it here. And then, where did I steal it from? Here. There's where I stole it from. That's common now. And I just need to declare it. Go to that declaration and then paste. Remove this class name in front. Okay, now I can just call it notify server caught up. There we go. Okay, Spheris, thank you for watching. So anyone who doesn't know, Spheris streams Unity game dev and also Blender modeling. So Spheris was probably still working on making a really cool looking sword in Blender. More stuff in the whole game? Yeah, so that's the dangers. I'm writing too much stuff. Yeah, I won't really know until it either works and is vindicated, or I run into problems and realize, that whole subsystem I just made didn't need it. It was bad. Okay, let's see if this passes now. Yay, it passes. Let's run all my tests. So now we're going to get our daily report entry for our new accounts. That took longer than I thought. I thought after this first one, the second one would be quicker. But actually, this was in response to a command, so that had extra burden of proof. So I can't delete it. Okay, that's just the reciprocal of new account, so that shouldn't be too hard. Let me check in what I have so far. Don't go too long without making a git commit. I'm going to check this in by itself, the fact that we moved the daily report file. So yeah, we need that line. I need these lines. And yeah, it's a strange way to put the blank line there and not there. Weird. Anything else here? No. Here's where we removed it from. Hey, Adam. Adam, don't be like that spammer. Do you actually know why they did that? So what Adam, you guys notice how Adam replaced the white space in his chat with weird, what are they called again? Diacritical marks? A spammer did that to me, and I for the life of me, I can't imagine why. The only guess I have is that they're trying to defeat some kind of scanner or filter for spam. But it was really obvious. It breaks the word parser. Ah, okay. Yeah. So I was telling Adam's Discord earlier that I now feel like I'm a full-blown citizen of Twitch now that I received my first ever whisper spam. I had gone this long, however many, like 4 years of being on Twitch. Well, not really streaming until last June. Hadn't gotten a single whisper spam until today. Which makes me think either I'm incredibly lucky or it just doesn't happen very often. How are you doing, Adam? Enjoying your vacation, I hope. I went too far here without making a commit, so now I am separating concerns in this commit. I think I got this part separated, so I moved this variable called daily report file. So move daily report file into messaging subsystem. Not very popular. Could be. It was really weird too. They wanted me to go to some website for some reason. It was like to make a stream overlay for me. I'm like, very, very shady. Why would I go with them? Being so shady. Process daily report. Append to daily report. I guess I'll just check all this stuff in together, right? This is all related to each other. Oh, no, let's add this bit first. This is a convenience method. This is a bit of refactoring in a sense. So refactoring, extract notify server caught up. Whisper spam isn't too common. Chat spam used to be very common. Yeah, I'm pretty lucky with that too. That doesn't happen so often to me either. I shouldn't say these things because Murphy's Law says I will get attacked by chat spam the moment that I say that I don't usually get attacked by chat spam. Okay, this was another convenience function I added. So let's just check that in. Add read JSON values from file helper function. Daily report. Yeah, so this all goes together. So now add mechanisms to build the daily report. So Adam, what I'm working on today is constructing the reports for statistics I'm gathering in the game. Right now they are in the game state that looks like this. So metrics that I care about initially are the number of new accounts created in the last hour, the amount of game time accumulated, which should hopefully be the same as real time, which means 100% uptime. But if not, it'll be less. And then there's the total time that the game has run. And then for every server, I have a place to stash some metrics, both the peaks, so the within 1 minute intervals. Oh, look, it just updated. Within intervals of about a minute. I think I have it set to a minute. No, I had reduced it to 5 seconds. So this is within a 5-second interval, how many seconds were spent in the coordinator's worker thread and processing incoming messages. And then this is a scaled average of the number of players simultaneously logged in. So it's the number, it's a sum added up every sampling point. So it'll end up being the average multiplied by the time. So these being the same, that means there's only one player logged in constantly. So while I'm working, I had these collected yesterday. All the work was done to collect this, so now I'm working on generating a nice little report. I want a report emailed to me that has this stuff in it, these significant events. So I did the leader elected, the new account created. I'm about to do the account deleted, ban, unban. So these are just things like I thought would be interesting to see. And then, so I'll have 24 of these hourly wrap-ups, which are those accumulated statistics. So I can make charts if I want, or just look at it and admire it. And then I want to have it emailed to me. That's what I'm doing today. If anyone doesn't know, you should by now. But Adam13531, he does stream on Twitch occasionally. He's working on a game called Botland. Not Botland, it's just called Botland. I just have trouble speaking occasionally. But it is a strategy game with a focus on automation. So if you don't know, if you're one of the few in this channel who don't know Adam, you should check out his stream. He'll be back next week, I think. All right. Back to doing the next test because all my tests pass. All right, so this is daily report updated on account deletion. If your render was Unreal Engine yesterday on Slack and you're still Flutter, well, that's cool. Nice. Congratulations. All right, so I'm arranging that some real-time advance, some game time has elapsed. We are the leader of the cluster. We advance a day to clear the daily report so that the daily report should be fresh and empty. And then we're going to add a command to delete a player. Is it delete or destroy? Destroy. Destroy player. And it does not actually have to have anything in it because we're completely mocking everything. I don't even have to do that. I can just say, hey, we deleted a player. And do we even need to say which player it was? I think I do. It had to say which name the player had or something. Let me find out what it was again. That's not it. All right. Just got a text from Mrs. Raimu. Okay. These tests aren't going to help me. I need to go. Let's just go to the executor. What does the executor actually do? Okay, it does return the username. I think I needed that. Actually, really, I kind of want to know the ID number too. Okay, for now, we'll just put the username in there because that's what's available to us. So that's here. The username is, I don't know, Bob. Goodbye, Bob. You were deleted. So I should get, oh, why did I call it new account? I should have called it account created so I can have a reciprocal. Account deleted. Term is 1, yeah, all these are standard, and then username is Bob. All right, there's a test is done. A text, a poem, a letter. A text, a poem, a letter. I'm not sure what the context is. Hey there, fresh meat. How are you doing? All right, so this test is going to fail. And to make it pass shouldn't be too much, because I'll just do the same thing I did for account creation, which was in profile here. If we're caught up, we're going to append to the daily report. So let me just grab that and go to on destroy player executed. Yeah. And we'll do the same thing here. If we've caught up to the cluster, actually, why don't I put a diagnostic message in here? Destroyed player, and we only know the name. That is username. We don't know the player ID. And then the command has a server ID in it, right? Yeah. And then this is account deleted. Username. All right. Hopefully that will make the test pass. Yay. Tim Spurgeons, how are you doing? Alrighty. What was next? Oh, did I not? Why did I leave this window up? Oh, well, let's just use it since it's here. So append to daily report when account deleted. Okay. And yeah, what was next? Account banned or unbanned? All right. We can do this. Daily report update on account ban. Let me just review what's the information that we get on that. I think that's profile change profile executed. Right, and the command had the changes in it, and one of the changes could have been ban status. I think. Yes, I did, Adam. I think you or Hideo told me about that, so I have a what is that called? It is called a action. I have an action called rHey. I also have a shoutout action. And I even have, I can't use it yet, but I have a welcome 12th action. Why do I have that? Okay, this won't make sense, Adam, but I for some reason I have this there. Oh, I think I did that because the 1/12 is hard to remember. And I'm like, I gotta stash that somewhere and I can use that in your channel whenever someone subs for the first time. Yeah, those actions are great. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, I use this custom Twitch chat client that Hideo wrote. And it's got some cool features for streamers. I think this won't list it, but there's a... Oh, interesting. This one just checks if you're banned. This doesn't check if you were just banned. It just... Oh, because if you're logged in and you're now banned. Okay, I got it. I got it. So I need to go to the executor to see what it actually looks like. On change profile, right? Oh, wait a minute. No, it delegates it to players. Change profile. Ban. That's what it is. So if the changes has ban, then yeah, that's a good enough thing to test for. So we will make a test that changes the ban status. So it doesn't really. I can only just. I only need one. I only need one command for this. So this is a change profile. Change profile, and we just need to fill in the information here. So changes is ban. And what do I put for ban? Type. So it's its own JSON object with a type in there. And we'll make it a permanent ban. We'll have some fun with this because there's also a explanation. Explanation is did not use enough memes today. All right. And then append that. I don't think. Oh, this didn't need to be anything, right? So it should be null pointer. All right. So what do we want to put into the daily report? I want account ban change. I'll just keep it simple. Thanks for the follow, Finkleton. For you, stock chat is enough. Yeah, it's when you want more advanced controls and convenience functions as a streamer. Also, the independent chat client comes in handy if you want to watch Twitch through other means other than the built-in Twitch viewer. Like some people like to watch Twitch using VLC, and there you get the video only. You don't get the chat. So the chat client comes in handy to go along with that. So this part is with every command. So this is what's distinct. And what if I just put the changes directly in there? Yeah, ban, and then it'll be this. So let's pull this out. Call it ban. Const auto ban equals that. And then this will be ban. There we go. Right, that's true. There are more features now in the built-in chat client that it brings it closer to parity to what Yada has. The two each have some features that the other doesn't, though. It's out there as an alternative. I like it. What did I have problems with most with the built-in chat? For a long time, it didn't have features for looking up like when someone's account was created or followed you or something like that, and that was built into Yada, so that was very attractive to me. Also, the built-in chat doesn't have a audio indicator if someone chats, and I'm using that to train myself to monitor chat. The chat history for particular using for a whole session, not just the last 3 pages. Oh, doesn't the built-in one now have like, or maybe it's only for if you're a mod. I know if you're a mod now, the built-in chat, you can see the entire chat history of like the last 1,000 messages or more, which is kind of interesting. It's not just the whole session, it's like all previous sessions in that channel. But it didn't have it for a long time, right? Just for mods? Yeah, so even if you're not a mod in Yada, you can see the whole chat history. Yes, you got it, Seaweed. C++ for the backend, React for front end. That's the basic idea. So there is a prototype I have highlighted, but I can actually show it here too. If I pop up the dev tools and I look at the network and I just hit refresh on this guy, the front end, as you can see, oh, why is it not connecting? Uh-oh. Oh, it's this self-signed certificate thing. Hold on. I need to temporarily go to localhost and then okay the certificate. That'll connect. Let me refresh one more time. So yeah, this front end is in React and Redux, and the back end is in C++, and the communication between is over this WebSocket, which I picked because it's nicely and conveniently bidirectional and message-based, and the messages, if you use JSON, they're very easy to parse in the DevTools. So that's what I'm going for. Why JSON? Just because it was quick and easy and convenient in the DevTools. I do plan to look into protocol buffers if this becomes a performance bottleneck. But right now, it's just really, really convenient to debug and see in the DevTools. So I'm using JSON everywhere. I'm using it in the communication between server and client. I'm using it in the server to server, and I'm also using it in the game's change journal. There's also JSON. I'm even using it in the database, so to speak. My database consists of a huge JSON file called the snapshot, and that's also JSON. So just convenience. All right, this will not pass, right? So we need to make it pass by, again, like I'm doing in, where was it? Okay, this is where I want it to go. I'll put a bookmark there, and then do I have a bookmark? Yeah, so one of these, append to daily reports if we're the leader. But actually, even better than that is we're not only the leader, but we also are caught up to the cluster. So this stuff, this is what I really want. So why do I have a breakpoint there? I don't know. So here we go. It's only if the error is empty. So right here is a good spot. If we're the leader and we're caught up, I might as well combine these two together. And then throw in the, that it has a ban in there, right? And then I don't need this diagnostic message. We'll just keep it simple. So and changes has ban. Then we're going to append to the daily report a account ban status. Is that what I called it? Ban change. And it's just ban. Oh, I should also include the use player's ID, right? So that would be, I need to put it in here actually. Player ID 42. Damn that player ID 42. He's always getting into trouble. I don't have a real database. No, not yet. That's another thing that I have not yet put in. The snapshot, this whole thing is generated by combining together mini snapshots from the game objects. So game object right now is a bunch of classes, and I have it set up so that it's kind of like a database. The only thing they share in common is that you can save and load and clone. So those I would need to have even if it was a database. And then the individual game objects have what you might have for a database. So if I go to like the metrics, there are fetches and there are inserts. So if I were to change this to have a database backend, I would just re-implement this in terms of what is it? Fetch and insert. Whatever interface I'd have for a real database. So yeah, don't need a database yet. Where are the user credentials? They're all stored in that same snapshot. So the players is one of the things that can be serialized. And so, for example, here's Bob. Actually, I guess that's me. I'm bob@example.com. Here's my credentials. Now my hashed password and the salt used, and the number of iterations and the algorithm used. All here. And that actually made it super simple to implement if you are wanting to download your data. I just dump that JSON value to you. So you get back that exact same thing with your hash and your salt just as is. So again, if I wanted to put this into a database, it would just be re-implement the players class in terms of using a database and not using in memory with JSON serialization. Yippers. Now I might regret this. Develop it. What could be implied is that I might be making a mistake not having a real database. You might be right. I will find out. It could be that not enough people play the game for me to even need a database. But if I do need a database, yeah, it has to conform to, it has to serialize, it has to deserialize, and it has to clone. Because those are used in the replication of state across servers. And yeah, as long as we can implement those three methods, along with those gets and fetches that are particular to the shape of the tables, then we're fine. Can SQLite handle cloning? Can you clone one database and make a... Can you ask SQLite to make a clone of the entire database? If yes, then meets my requirements. The reason why I have to clone a database is that during replication, if it takes any kind of time, I don't want it to lag the game. So while the game is playing using one database, it's going to be backing up a second copy of the database, and so I use the clone feature for that. Yeah, which is why I would clone at the beginning, and then I have two parallel, like all updates to the database are done to both in parallel, to the original and the clone. Copy the DB file, yeah. All right. Did I run the unit test yet? Didn't even build it yet. It didn't work. We got something. What's the change? Oh, it doesn't include the ban information. I must have forgotten that part. Oh yeah, I forgot it. That's this ban, right? And that's changes ban. How far am I into this project? I'm pretty far into the setting up the foundation. So I have the ability to make user interface panels here in the front end, and then I have enough done in a mock-up to know how to draw the graphics. So the mock-up being what's highlighted there. So I've drawn the graphics, I know how to do the UI, and I have the backend, where is it? The backend cluster is running and communicating, but I haven't done any game dev yet, so it depends on their perspective. If you're talking about how far am I into the actual game, 0. Into the networking, pretty far. It's pretty solid. Well, it's pretty solid for one player, me. I'll find out next week when I put this on the AWS and let everyone log in. If it crashes horribly and burns, then I'll know that I need to do more networking work. Thanks, Shake Soda. Oh no, you're not saying mine's a beautiful piece of work. You're saying SQLite is. Okay. Well, I understand. Pass. Okay, next. Server started. So that's indicated by a change in the last start time. Is that correct? I don't have a start time. Do I? What do I have in here? Do I have a start time in here? I have a term join time. Maybe that's what it's talking about. If the term join time changes. That might be it. So if the term join time changes within the same term of a server, then we want to print something. Okay. So I'll get that through the statistics here. Got it. Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't call it beautiful either. Yeah, well, it's starting on Monday. Well, if everything is working well, starting on Monday, we'll start thinking about actually making a game. What I'll be doing, by the way, when I am establishing the game part, is adding an entity component system in the back end. And then part of the feedback to the coordinator will be to tell the clients to draw stuff. And then I'll be adding commands clients can do that changes the ECS by telling the system that the players want to do things. And so I'll be establishing some kind of game loop in here, which I need to measure the performance of it, and it will be directly communicating back to clients through its some kind of feedback, and then messages going through executed messages will be changing the component system. So that's what I'm going to focus on when I actually do the game dev. Yeah. Well, the prototype went pretty well, so it is encouraging. I think it should be fine. All right, so let's make a unit test for this. Oh, actually, hold on. Let me check in. Make a commit before I start the next thing, right? So this is reporting changes in accounts being banned. Add to daily report when account banned or unbanned or anything like that. All right. Daily report update on server restart. So we'll know that happens whenever the join time changes for a server. So we'll need to monitor that. Okay, so how do I simulate that? It'll be through those stats updates, right? Stats update. And I need 2 of them. Okay. Stats update. So there will be a server ID. So let me use it. This will be for a follower, right? It won't count for the leader. So a follower, how about 16? And then the field that matters is the term join time. Thanks for the follow. Tube Zilbox? I need to establish an initial term join time, don't I? So let's just say 88 for the beginning. And then this we have to do before we act. Let's do it here. Then we let it go a day, and then we cause a change to happen. I don't need this anymore, do I? I think I do. I will just make that an auto and then reassign it here. Thanks for the follow, Pinster. Okay, this is another stats update. Let me reuse that variable as well. So make a new one. Same server, but a different join time. Let's pretend that it rebooted and started up at a different time. Same term number. We'll reuse the same journal entry. Publish it and all that good stuff. And what I should get is server restart. And the term will be 1. All this will be the same. And the ID will be that server ID, 16. And yeah, let's include the join time. So 96 will be the join time, as in joining the cluster at that time. Yeah, okay, good. Unit test prepared. Run. And it, of course, doesn't work. This is a little bit more work, right? It's, I think the messaging is what's handling the stats update. So right now it is, okay, that's not the executed one. Do I not have one for when it's executed? I might not. I do want that though. So let me add it. So that's a callback from the executor to the coordinator. Oh, by the way, I should mention that I did make this drawing for one other purpose. Besides showing where the entity component system is going to be, I also mention words like coordinator and executor a lot and journal. And so this diagram shows kind of how they fit into the overall server. And I have little blurbs saying what they are. So coordinator, for example, is the message exchanger. So any messages that come from other servers or clients get interpreted and turned into either commands that get added to the journal or whatever else we need done. And executor is what takes journal commands that are on the journal and applies them to state. So right now, the only state I have is configuration players, and there are a few more that I added, like the ticketing system, the metrics, and then I'll be adding the ECS, right? So the executor is the one that actually changes game state, and coordinator is the one that asks for things to be changed in response to messages, and it also sends responses back. And so when I'm talking about the coordinator, this is either sending or receiving messages mostly. Yeah. The other thing it helps indicate to the designer is after a while you'll start to see where the fragile parts of the design are. So like for me right now, I think the most fragile part is the coordinator because it's handling too much stuff. There's so much code in the coordinator, I had to break it up into subsystems, into sub files. And so it's becoming what some people call a God class, which is a point of fragility. I need to, at some point, sub-diagram coordinator and show how the subsystems are related, and then try to decide, like, do they all go here, or do some of them get pushed down near the executor or up to the web side? I don't know yet. And this diagram is already too much. I think a good thing to aim for is like a half dozen or so boxes, and this is what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 boxes. That's already maybe 3 boxes too many in a diagram. So one thing I could do to clean this up is to split this into, I could actually, there's a clear separation here between the top half where we turn messages into commands and the bottom half where we take commands and execute them. If I just had them as 2 separate diagrams, it might be easier to understand. But, you know, it's just another thing I have to do and I have to find time for it. All right. Yeah, I need a callback for when the stats update's executed. So my tables of callbacks are here. Command execution delegates, so I need a stats update here. Stats update. On stats update. We'll have the messaging system handle it, right? Although more and more I'm thinking it ought to be a another subsystem. There's no other execution handler in messaging? Okay, let's look at this one. Where is that declared? Yeah, so here's a prototype I can steal. Put it in messaging. Where to put it? How about we'll put it near stats update, since this kind of goes with it. So it's on execution of the stats update command. It's a little confusing. This one is the receipt of a message from another server, and this is when the command with the same name is executed. All right, so we're going to go to where that's implemented, paste it. Oh, wow. 3 hours, 40 minutes? I'm trying to go to a more regular schedule, and that includes both starting and stopping on time. So I'm pretty good at starting on time. Not so good at stopping on time. Stop on time. Well, I need to find a stopping point in about 20 minutes. Thanks for the follow, Seaweed. So if I have 20 minutes left, how far am I going to get into today's thing? If I'm working on this one and I only have these left, actually I might be able to do this in 20 minutes. That'll be okay. That'll be an aggressive goal, but let's see if I can do it. I actually don't even think I need that, so I can probably skip that. Oh, this one was going to be more difficult. Maybe I'll leave that for later and just try to get this done and then wrap it up. Let's see. Let's see what I can do. Why does this not work? Yes, it does. Oh, I didn't hit save. Probably that's why. Maybe that's a stale error. No. I did something wrong here. Oh no, it's something else. Where is it failing? Here. Why? Oh, executed. I forgot that part of the name. All right. Okay, so when the stats update is executed, then I think what I'm going to do is take a look at the command, and if it's stats for a follower, we're going to see if their join time changed, and then if it did change, we're going to say that to the daily log. So I'm always looking for code I can copy around. So for example, this. Okay, I don't expect an error. I really just need the stats. So reinterpret the entries command as a stats update. And then from that command, I have all the things I need, right? So if the server is not equal to the leader, actually, if we aren't the leader, we don't need to do anything. If we are the leader, then if the server is not us, then we are going, actually if it is, let's just early exit. If it is us, also don't need to do anything. Because we already have an entry for when we become leader, so this would be redundant to also do one when we start. So it's not us and we are the leader, so then I need to check if the join time, term join time, is not equal to the last term join time for the server. So I'll have to have some kind of map or record of this. Let's invent one. Let's call it follower join time and reference the server ID. And if it's not the same, then we're going to update it and report it to the daily journal, the daily report. So that is append to daily report JSON object, and then let's just copy from what the test expects. Server restart, and then I can remove the boilerplate ones. They're gone, and then the ID is command server ID. Thanks for the follow, Sound Fever. Playing with Skizzers, I hope you slay many opponents. Yeah, are you playing Apex, I guess? Assuming? Good luck. May the best player be you. Join time is the new join time. There we go. Okay, now I need to make this a thing. So you know what I should do? I only really want this to happen if it changes. So if it wasn't in there, I don't want it to do anything. So let's do a check for that. If this.find command server ID is equal to the end. It's always a little weird how the results of find returns an iterator, and you have to compare it to an end iterator to see if it wasn't in the collection to begin with. So if that's true, I just want to record it and end. Otherwise, if it's different, then we're going to also record it, but in addition to that, we're gonna make a report for it. And then one more thing I need to do is I need to clear that when we become leader. So let's put a bookmark here. I'm going to go to where we become leader. That's in Raft, right? Yeah, here exactly. We become leader. So let us go to the messaging system and clear that follower join time. Actually, follower join time, what subsystem does that belong to? Let's keep it in messaging. So follower join time. Let's put it in this subsystem's memory. Okay, we'll put it here. Standard map from integer to double. Follower join time. This is a cache of the, what did I call it? It's like game. No, it's real time. This is the cache of the times according to the server's timekeeper. When various follower servers join the reported through metrics that they join the cluster. All right. So it's going to be cleared when we become leader. And if there is no entry, we just record what it is so that the next time, if it changes, we'll report that they restarted. I like that. Let's try it out. And then I should probably wrap things up because my tummy's rumbling. It's like, you've streamed enough, go eat. Hey, look at that. I passed it right away. I was actually hoping it would fail. Well, I could do some end-to-end testing. That's probably a good idea. I'll probably discover a bug or two there. Let me check this in so far. Food guided streaming, exactly. The thing is, it's a 4-hour stream, right? And really, unless you have an iron constitution, it's hard to go more than 4 hours without taking a break. So if I were to ever stream more than 4 hours, I would have to break up into 4-hour chunks, taking a break in between each one. Right now, I only do 4 hours on stream because usually after my break, the kids are home and then it gets really noisy and then I have to do errands and chores and stuff. One of these days, though, they'll all be off to college and I'll probably go to all-day streams. Random breaks in your streams? Yeah. I try to keep my breaks to a minimum. In fact, if I ever do like a full day, I might break it up into segments and I'll say like, I'm ending the stream now for lunch. I'll come back for the second segment later. Someone's calling me from Phoenix, Arizona. I'm pretty sure it's a robocaller. Because I don't think I know anyone in Phoenix. They'll leave a voicemail. I figure if it's not a robocaller, they'll leave a voicemail. Okay, yeah, this whole thing was just report to daily report. Okay, append to daily report if leader server restarts. And I have the perfect way to test that. I can kill servers. My favorite pastime. All my tests passed, so let's do it. Okay. Where's my... Oh no, what am I doing? It's in the same thing here. Alright, so we're restarting. I'm going to want to monitor the... it should create a daily report right away, actually. We just have to find out who is the leader. If I go to any server's journal, I can find out who the leader is pretty quick. So it's 10. 10 ends up getting to be the leader a lot, doesn't it? Or is it just lucky? Anyway, this should have now a daily log. Oh, look at that. So we have a leader report and 2 server restarts. That's interesting. I didn't want to have server restarts on initial start. But anyway, this should update now whenever a new leader gets elected, a new account is created. Maybe we'll do that next. Deleted, ban. Actually, ban is really easy to do. Let's do ban. Let's watch me ban someone, have it show up in the daily log. I wonder why that's not connect. Oh, that's probably the same issue with the certificate. This is only because I'm not live yet. That has to be S localhost 8084. And then yes, we're okay with the certificate, so then it should load. Why is it not loading? Took it a while. Why is it so slow? Wonder why. Anyway, let's clear out the journal. So this journal is clean. And now let's ban someone. So I'm logged in. The moment I get banned, it'll kick me out, and then I'll be able to, it should also print a line up there. I just need to say something here. How about ban playing too much? Ban permanently. So I'm banned, and there's the record on the account ban change. Let me see if all the information is correct. The term number, the real time, the game time, the reason is there, no expiry, so it's permanent. And then when I unban it, that should do an unban. Great. So ban unban works. And then I should be able to reload. Oh, I guess my token is cleared out if I'm kicked, which makes sense, I guess. All right. So the ban works, unban works. Account created, let's do a new account. So log out of this one and new account. Player's name will be, who haven't I picked yet from the usual characters? I'm using Bob's email address. There's Alex. How about Haxer? No email address. Password chickens, but watch this, it won't work because the game's too strict. Can't use chickens. Okay, but how about chickens for life? Is that strong enough? Yes. All right. Chickens. Okay, but I really needed to do that because I wanted to see the side effect that it should have created here. There we go. New account. So then this guy says, oh, this game sucks, so I hate this game. I'm going to just delete my account. Account's deleted. Account deleted. And I only played for 20.2 seconds. Username was Haxor, account deleted. All right. And then leader elected and a server started. So server started is easy. I can just pick one of these other servers and kill it, and it should restart, and I should get a log message there. Let's do that. You think you should need the password? Well, they need the password to log in the first place. Do you mean type it in a second time? That's maybe a good idea. What am I saying? That's a great idea. I should just do that. Yeah, I mean, I need to do that, Nui. What I'll probably do in the meantime is just lower the threshold. So there is a threshold in here, like minimum strength, password minimum strength. So if I reduce that to 0, then you can probably use chickens. And then When I have time, I'll put in the feature where it'll pop up and say it's not secure. What if you leave a computer while logged in and some pricer comes? Yeah, so that's a good idea. So I'll put that in there. Thank you for that idea. See, these are things I just don't think about. All right, I'm going to kill that poor server. Where are you, server? I don't know which one is which unless I go to details. And then I see 11. Let's kill 11. Goodbye, 11. So the cluster will have restarted it. And then it should have been 5 seconds. So after 5 seconds, it'll do a new report. So it's back up. And if I look at this log output, it will show that 2 somewhere. Right. Server 11 has died. Relaunched it. And it has no connections. And it's listening. And after 5 seconds or so, yeah, there we go. So server restart. Join time is that time. Sweet. And to force a re-election, the easiest way to do that is to kill the leader. So let me do that. So I need to kill 10 now. Where are you? It'll be the new leader's daily log that will get updated. So we'll have to find out who the new leader becomes. Okay, so I killed the leader, it restarted 10, and then we have to go and see who is the new leader. The new leader is 11, so now 11 should have a daily report that he's building. Daily. Daily. There we go. Oh wait, why does it have account deleted? Why does he have account deleted in his name, in his record? And why not a leader message? Okay, that's a bug. So pin that, and pin 10s. I wonder if 12 accidentally wrote a log as well. A daily. It might be that I have all servers doing it, not just the leader. That might be the bug. If 12 has a daily log with that count deleted, then that'll prove it. Yeah, it does. Okay, so that's a bug. 11 should have printed something about becoming the leader, though. Wonder why it didn't. It became the leader. We relaunched 10. And then 11 and 12. Oh, and 10 as well. They all decided to make a snapshot. It did change the leader ID 11. At this point, too. Thanks for the follow, Utsby. Yeah, I'm looking for evidence to see why server 11 didn't write to its own daily log saying that it became the leader of the cluster. I don't see any evidence of why it would do that. I don't know. Let's fix this other one, though. We should not have this account deleted added to all 3 servers. That's probably just an oversight in that code where we detect it was deleted. That was profile, right? It was like, yeah, probably missing this line, actually. So it's on destroy player. Yeah, okay, I'm missing it completely. That is this. So also would have printed that. So the other piece of evidence will be we'll see that message in all 3 logs. Thanks for the follow, Pirates Engineer. So where did I delete it? Up here somewhere? Yeah. See how we got 1 crate and then 3 destroys? Oh, look at that. I got banned. But I'm whitelisted. Ha ha ha. Wonder why I got banned. Oh, I wonder if we're not handling the ban correctly by logging out. Let me make a note of that so I don't forget. Yep, it's 4-hour mark. Thank you, Nui. Yeah, I'm just gonna fix this one bug and then I'll find a good stopping point. So possible bug. I'm not quite sure. If player is banned, their client might not be disconnecting, which would cause an IP ban of like a minute or something. Thanks for the follow, Frailed Reality. I like that name. Okay, so fixing this bug, they have to be the leader of the cluster and caught up. If those two are true, then the reason why I have the caught up is that if we're not caught up, we're processing old log entries, and we don't want to append to the report if it's an old log entry that we've already handled. So we only want to really do this if we've done our initial catch up on the journal when we start, and now we're caught up, and we happen to be the leader, and then someone's account gets destroyed. It's like, okay, now we can say, this is the moment they got destroyed, and mark it down. So I need to make another Hacksaw account to test this, don't I? All right. New account. Hacksaw 2. And just out of pure coincidence, they also do chickens for life. All right, and then let's say we say, oh, we know what's going on. Oh, goodbye. Your account has been deleted. All right, so let me check the daily log. Oh, actually, who's the leader? Who indeed? It'll be whoever reported it deleted. 10. How come I'm not seeing it? Did I screw it up? Too many files. I have a feeling I screwed it up. I'm not seeing the create or the delete. Oh, wait, is it overwriting the file? I wonder if I have a problem where if the file already exists, it's not opening it. Oh, I forgot about that. If the file exists, then we're not going to open it, and so we won't be writing to it. That's another bug. Which one should I... So hopefully I fixed that delete account being written to all 3 servers journal. So I guess I'll do this one next. So this is this code here. If it exists, we're not going to try to create it. Create doesn't open, right? Open always, yeah. So it will and do we go to the end? I guess I should check what does the journal do. I'm going to do exactly the same thing that the journal does. So it just calls create. And actually, I guess by the fact that it reads all the way to the end, it goes to the end. So in our case, if it exists, I want to go to the end of it. I don't have an is open flag. That's the problem. I have an open close. I don't have an is open though. I don't think. I think I forgot to do that one. I don't feel like going back and adding that to this. I should though. Shouldn't I have an is open? I have an open, a close, a create, a destroy, is existing. I don't have an is open yet though. How could I miss that? I don't know. I'm just, I guess I never needed it. I'm just going to cheat for now. Where we have that, I'm going to have a, wait a minute, I have it through unique pointer. Could I? Let me think about this. Yeah, I could do this create earlier, right? Yeah, no, actually, there's two. I could do it in two places. I can keep this one here. So if it doesn't exist, create it now. But I can have slightly different logic when we start the server. So that is mobilize. And that's here. So I use that to make the wrapper for that file. Here I can do it here. I can say if this does exist, then create it. Well, it won't be a create, but it's open for write. And then here's another thing I can do. I can have it seek to the end. This goes in front. And then I need to set the position to its current size to seek to the end. There we go. Sort of a misnomer, create. It should be create or open if exists. Microsoft calls it open always. And in Linux, it is ocreate with o read write. I believe it does not. I think that ocreate or ocreate means create it if it doesn't exist. Otherwise, open it for whatever access you want. Yeah, when Microsoft calls it open always. I should probably say create or open if existing or something like that. Let's test that bug. It is fixed now. By restarting the cluster, and whoever becomes the leader should immediately append the leader entry. Oh, I guess it's 10 again. How come 10 becomes the leader every single time? Just starts up faster, I guess. Okay, so the account deletion one more time. Hexer 3. They'll never guess my password this time. All right. And in the admin console, oh no, go away, hacker. Delete. No! Okay. Account deleted. And then 11? Right, cool. That's the old delete from before. Does not touched. Okay, cool. Nice. I should probably also test this where cluster's not running and I actually delete those files from, let's just delete all of them. Delete 10 and 11 and 12. Where's 12? And I have that open. There we are. Deleted. Got too many of these files open. Okay. Now start a new one, and should only create one for the leader, who this time is 10 again. Lucky server. Okay, sort of a mini bug is that I'm getting these server restarts even though it didn't. It's supposed to not do that for the first time it sees it, but somehow is. I'll have to find out why. That's sort of a. I don't really care if there's a spurious one at the very start. So yeah, mini bug is that we get a spurious server restart entry in the daily log when the cluster is first booted. Oh, right. I was going to test leadership change. Oh, we got another one. Look at that. Did it actually re-elect the leader? No. So how did that term change? How did that join time change? Why would the join time change? Seems to be a bug to me, because that's more than a mini bug. Bug. Possibly the same as the one above. Extra server restart entries are being added, even when there's no election change, no leadership change. Okay, anyway, 11, I want to make sure 11 didn't create one daily. Nope. And 12. Got a lot of snapshots I need to clean out. And no, okay. So when I kill 10, what happens? Thanks for the follow. X cluster. Thank you. Okay, so as above. Oh, the arrow. Yeah. I could do that too. I'm getting tired. Okay, I killed the leader. Who's the leader now? Leader is 11. So 11 should have started a daily log, and the first thing it should say is, hey, I'm the leader. Hey, that's what it did. And then let me, just cuz, let me kill 12. Now they've all been killed at least once. So 12 will be restarted, join the cluster, and then within 5 seconds, we should see a new report here because the join time will have changed. There it is. It doesn't update until I click away and click back sometimes. So that is server, yeah, server 12 rejoined at that time. Cool. So I just have a few bugs to look into, and then I need to wrap up these last 3 things. This being the most important one, I guess, the hourly wrap up. And then I need to put in the code to actually format it and send it as an email. So the formatting is probably going to be the most work because I got to look into how do you attach a file to an email through MIME. And I got to do that. I already have the sending of email in the game, but it has to be formatted first. The delete file I already did. So yeah, that's what I'll be working on tomorrow. I'll be finishing up the events that the daily report includes, and then I'll be doing the formatting and emailing of the daily report. And any bugs that I want to work on tomorrow, because Monday is going to be a whole different thing. It's going to be a lot of trying things online. We'll see how that goes. So I really do need to memorize the alt code for that. The alt code is 24, right? Alt 24. I didn't, that moved me out of Yada completely. Get me back to my Yada. I should have done that in another window. Alt 24. Okay, for some reason that brings me out of the tab I was in. Okay, so how do I safely do that in a browser? Because when I do that, it changes the window it changed the window I was in. Alt 24. It's not working. Well, it works there, but it's changing tabs. Look at that. I don't even want to touch that file. Numlock is on. Nope, didn't have numlock on. That was it, Adam. Thank you. So now I can do up arrow, down arrow, right arrow, and left arrow. All I want. So I need to memorize that. 24. 24. What helps me memorize things is writing them down as notes. So remember, Alt code for up arrow. Alt 2 4. Have numlock on. Otherwise, hilarity ensues. All right. I'm getting tired. It's about that time, my friends. Auto hotkey. Yeah, I have that on my list too. One of the things I want to do with auto hotkey is automatically size this window, because I don't know if you guys know, but I have this on an ultra wide monitor, so if I scroll that all the way to the right, that's what it looks like to me. And so I can't just go full screen, because now you can't see the right edge at all, right? So I want auto hotkey to automatically size and position that window just right, so I don't have to do all this junk. But yeah, I haven't gotten around to doing it yet. Win compose, huh? This would be nicer. Now, this would be easier if I stopped procrastinating and learned auto hotkey. And then here's the other note to use Win compose. Okay, I'm gonna call it there, and we'll go raid someone. I'll be back tomorrow. Hopefully wrap up this statistic stuff and then get prepared to launch this online next week. Thank you very much for joining me. Yeah, so my schedule 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Pacific, or 1700 hours UTC. Does anyone else want to stream and I can raid them? Actually, I should do what Adam does. I'm going to go to the category for Botland and see. How do we get to the Botland category? Browse, and then categories, add filter. How come it doesn't show up as a category? Okay, now I'm sad. Yeah, I tried that. I tried typing it into the categories. No results found. Sadness. If someone was streaming Botland, I would raid them right now. We got to get more people to play it so that we can raid them. I'm just gonna look at who I'm following then. Okay, a lot of people. Oh, Bother is going, but he says BRB, so he's a fun guy, but if he's not there, then... Chris is playing Apex, probably playing with Skizzers. We have Steampunk Programmer. Yeah, we can raid him. Steampunk Programmer is either doing art or game dev, depending on when you happen to see his stream. Looks like he's working on a Froggy from Chrono Trigger, or the Pixel Quilt. I guess that's what something Lumpy Touch does. They have a quilt where you pick out a tile out of the quilt and you can draw whatever you want as long as it fits in with the neighbor tiles. And it looks like he's working on a piece of it. So we'll go say hi to him. Let me just put that in. I'm old school and type it in rather than using the /raid command. Anyway, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good one. Bye. Oh, I'm finding the button. Okay, bye.